Good evening, welcome. We call to order the meeting of the board. This is the Winchester Select Board. This is our regular meeting. Today is Monday, July 23rd. I'm Lance Grensback. I serve as chair. With me tonight are my colleagues David Arrico, Mariana Golubov, on the left, Jacqueline Welsh. Mr. Betancourt was here and will return in a moment, and our town manager, Richard Howard. We're very pleased to have you all in attendance tonight in our well air-conditioned facility. So there's that. Our next regular meetings will be held on Monday, August 6th, and then again on Monday, August 20th. Later this evening, we will try to set some dates, or at least tentative dates, pencil some tentative dates for the end of August and the beginning of September. I do not have any specific comments this evening for the chair's side, but I'll open up the table to the board who might have comments on other events that have been going on in Winchester. Mr. Rico, anything? Mr. Golubov?
Just that the farmers market continues. It was a beautiful day on Saturday. They did a great job as usual, and it will continue for couple more months, I guess. So just everybody to go. It's a great event in our town common.
Okay, good.
And similarly, I just wanted to remind everybody with this beautiful weather to make sure that don't forget to take advantage of our wonderful restaurants in town and walking around town center, and also the concerts on the common and shopping in our town center. So it's just great weather. We've had such a beautiful summer, and so it's great to see people walking around and taking advantage of our wonderful town center.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Howard, we've dragged Mr. Howard back from his vacation.
It's a pleasure to be back in Winchester.
Yeah, and he's glad to be back. And we give him a long list of things to report on, update us on. Most of them seem to be fairly positive. So, if you'd like to start down your list, we have about 8 or 10 of them there.
Glad to do it.
So what happens when you leave on vacation?
Well, winning farm status, we've made contact with the principals of the development group, and did receive confirmation that a construction loan has been extended to the group. As I understand it, attorneys are kind of working on the usual checklist of activity that has to take place in order for a closing to be arranged. And the expectation is that in the month of August, that closing will take place probably mid-August sometime. Closing will happen, permits issued based upon plans that may be brought in, and obviously under the agreement that the town had negotiated previously, payments that are due at that time will be paid over and submitted to the town. Okay. So the hopeful good news is that it's all in place and moving forward as of the middle of next month. So.
Good.
The Winchester Country Club item, I know a presentation was made to the board at the last meeting, and I think at that time we had indicated, had we received the appropriate paperwork and outline of the concerns that were made, but I think it's Mr. Lyon.
Yes, fine.
That we would begin the process of taking a look at the concerns outlined by Mr. Lyon and find out what the board's role here is. Interestingly enough, I don't know that we permit a lot of activity directly on the club's behalf. The club is organized and has as its corporate listing its principal place of business in Winchester, but the primary or the predominant acreage of the club is really located in Arlington and not in Winchester. So we will, I believe Mr. Toogood, our assistant town manager, had told me that the packet of information had arrived. Our intention is to have legal counsel review it, and we would continue to advise and report back to the board accordingly. But
what I think we were advised, and we'll double check it for you, but almost all the charter and all the other licensing for all the activities are in Arlington. I think the town line goes through, the parking lot is in Winchester, as some of the upper pieces of the golf course, but almost everything else, although the name says Winchester, is actually in Arlington, and it's our understanding that they're responsible for all of the so licensing and permitting and other issues that you were interested in. So we'll be double checking on that, but we'll save the packet of materials that you provided for us, but you might want to basically address the Arlington selectmen on their issue, because we went back, and as far as we can remember, we have not issued any alcohol or activity or other restaurant or any other permits. I believe it's all, because it's physically in Arlington, it's their jurisdiction, not ours. So I'm not sure we can offer you much immediate help, but we will double check with, to verify that.
If it's helpful, the original application for incorporation, which was filled out in April and May of 1902, I think says on the document Town of Winchester. But I'm happy to work with the Town of Arlington, and I'm delighted with you guys to do that thought. So that's kind of the first point. The second point, as I understand it, is you go to Chapter 180 of the Massachusetts General Laws, Section 27, that has to do with clubs undertaking gambling and gaming activities internally, which would include arranging and executing bets on the outcome of matches or games with people. It says that it's up to the Board of Selectmen of the town to notify, I believe, the police of the town, and then they will then go to the state of Massachusetts, who will then act on the advice to
The thing that's not clear to us is I believe that would fall under Arlington's jurisdiction, because they would be the licensing and permitting authority for activities such as that in the club. So,
But it wouldn't, yeah, if it's okay, I don't mean.
yeah, I'm sorry, we don't have town council here tonight. And you're looking at the non-lawyer in the crowd. The rest of them can do. But I think the initial reaction from town council was that it was basically going to be, if it's a licensing and permitting of activities, it has to go through Arlington, and we will double check on that. But at this point, town council did not advise us that we should immediately move on your request.
Okay, so should I wait for you guys to come back to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, upon,
We could-
assuming the board would want us to communicate directly, we're glad to do that.
Sure.
I think it would take this internal review,
Okay.
among staff as well as with legal counsel, but to
Maybe it's
kind of
saying,
sort out
okay.
the jurisdiction.
Please just give me a binary on Winchester or Arlington.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, won't leave it hanging.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Sorry.
you very much. I appreciate all your help.
The solar array topic, as you know, we're trying to put together an RFP process for the several locations in town, the high school, the Vincent Owens and the DPW facility. We've determined internally that we would not find the Ambrose to be a suitable site for an array, because the roof over the next several years is anticipated that it probably has to be replaced. And we couldn't, in talking with the provider, negotiate kind of an acceptable arrangement whereby they would install an array, take it off, and new roof be installed, and the array be put back on there. So the three locations are what we are looking at. At our last meeting, I think the advice here was to also engage the school committee, which has been done, and the EFPBC, which has been done. So all of that kind of activity is in motion, and for places like the high school, it sounds as though the EFPBC may be moving forward to have an architectural consultant report as to the suitability for the roof there to be able to accept the solar array. I think there are less concerns about the Vincent Owens, as I understand it, again, just kind of coming back today and getting a brief report. And I don't think there were any issues at all on the DPW facility.
Yeah.
So our hope would be that we would, in combination of activity at those three different jurisdictional locations, plus our staff work on the RFP, be able to come back to you on August 6th and have a final product for approval. So.
Yeah, I understood this afternoon or this morning from a conversation that the EFPBC may have located the structural engineer who did the original building design.
Yeah.
And if we can find the drawings, he'll be able to tell us whether the addition of the solar arrays would be within the tolerance range
Exactly.
or not. And it sounds like it could be done fairly quickly, so.
We believe so.
good. Okay.
So item 4, the Manchester field lights, as we reported the last time, the project activity continues to move forward. Recall, this is a gift that's being proposed to be given over to the town upon completion. As everybody knows or may know, there's a continuation of the original zoning board hearing this evening that takes up the topic of the appropriateness of the permit. So we'll, once the ZBA makes its determination, we'll report to you a little bit more on that. Questions on that one? I think you all had asked the last time upon Sheila Tracy's appearance to get maybe some direct information on the value that the town enjoys for having a AAA Moody's designation for the issuance of bond activity. And I think Sheila circulated to you all what the outcome of that is, and it's a beneficial outcome. As she said in her email to you, savings of well over $400,000 over the 20-year lifetime of the bonds that were just done, is the difference between being rated as a AAA and a AA Moody's community. So the fact that we all financial parties strive hard to maintain that designation does return dividends to the residents, and I over these long-term bond issuances, and I'm sure we could, if we could dig it all up if you need it, have the similar amounts that were probably saved on the high school project and culvert project as well. So, but just on this most recent issuance of 19 and a $100,000 issuance, the savings was the $432,000.
I just want to remark to that, is that goes directly to the bottom line of people's tax payments. It reduces it considerably.
Yeah, these are debt exclusions,
These are debt
so
exclusion
these are
projects
savings on the
going
tax
out, so-
issuances, right.
Yeah, it's great.
Yep. Item 6, the Green Communities information. So both Susan McPhee and I were away. We were unable to attend the event on Friday, but the good news that we got was that the town has been awarded $210,000 worth of projects, all of which were submitted by Susan in our application to the state for the top award that you can get is $250,000, so we received just over 210 of that.
That's fantastic.
So
Congratulations.
Susan continues to do a very good job on behalf of the town and
Do you mind saying
identify
her
project-
full name just for
Susan
Lincoln?
McPhee
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
is our consultant on these submissions.
great.
and stuff. And on item 7, the
I'm
state.
so sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
do you mind just indicating what the projects might be?
I would
If
indicate
if they're known, if not, that's fine, just curious.
we do know.
It's
it.
just such great news that, but if not, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, maybe next meeting.
No, Patty, were they in the packet, the projects
No, it was
that
on
were
last-
approved?
She had just said, oh,
It was on last week, or a couple, maybe last month.
I'm pretty sure, Jackie, that off the top of my head, there was recommissioning of the Ambrose lighting and energy. There were new lights
We're looking up our
being,
memory.
being installed. I believe at the Mystic School, there was a reconditioning of the furnace activity there as well,
Oh, that's great.
so that we can
Okay.
get an upgrade on
Great.
energy savings.
Sounds good.
So
Thank you.
those were the
The main ones.
three main
Yeah,
ones.
okay, thank you so much.
I think if I recall, this is several years old now, but we received an award as a green community for our work in this areas. And I believe, Richard, if you remember, that I think the total grants at that time was somewhere like several millions. maybe almost 3 million.
In the savings that
savings,
is
yeah.
realized as a result of the energy saving measures that we're taking under those
That's great.
programs.
Did you mention, didn't we apply for, like the heating system at the Mystic School?
Heating system.
You mentioned that, okay, yeah. I mean, the savings of that is, so it's not
Yeah.
just the
That'll be-
immediate grant, but it's also the savings from an energy budget going forward as well. It's fantastic.
We got you off track. So number 7,
that's okay.
state budget, okay.
Item 7, we put at table the most recent information that has been given to us from the Division of Local Services. As you can see, the outcome for aid to the town has remained somewhat stable. The governor's proposal had us at a higher number for Chapter 70 aid. The House Ways and Means proposal kind of recalibrated that Chapter 70 formula, and as a result, you see the reduction from the $9,220,000 to the $8,986,000. That number got adjusted slightly by the Senate outcome and has been retained as a result of the conference committee work. So we did receive a little bit more money than what was proposed under the House Ways and Means. However, we never got entirely back to the governor's A&F calculation, and the explanation there is that once the formula under Chapter 70 was looked at a little bit more closely, the Chapter 78 proposal came out to that $9,043,000 number.
Was the governor's number what was in the budget book?
Yeah, it was not in the Finance Committee's budget book, Mariano. It was in our, the manager's proposal, which goes out, as you know, in February.
Yeah.
So at that point, we were still carrying the higher number.
Yeah.
And FinCom made up for that as part of its deliberations and its production of the yellow sheet that got approved at Springtown meetings.
Do you remember what, I mean, I can look it up, but do you remember what number they came up with for
They
the revenue?
carried the house number.
Oh, they did, okay.
Yeah, so we
So
ended up with
we're going to end up with 50,000 more than we budgeted for. Okay, that's good.
Don't tell anybody that.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, there was,
So, we should point out, I'm sorry, but we should point out that, it's an $800,000 increase from year over year activity under Chapter 70. It was a little bit higher, it was closer to that $1 million number, but it got slightly reduced. But that is as a result of the recalibration of the school enrollment due to the introduction of the full-day kindergarten program and other census activity.
So would you say the majority of the 800,000 was for the full-day kindergarten? So we spent, what was it, $460,000?
$500,000,
Yeah,
to
and then we-
implement the program.
So we got back most of
Got
it?
back
Or
a very
almost
good
all of it?
percentage of it.
Okay, that's great,
That'd be great to report to
Yeah.
town meeting.
yeah. Because we're getting it back every year, then we only spent it was just a 1 year free cash, so that's great, yeah.
and the other news item, and I'm not sure, I haven't had a chance to track them down and confirm this, but the paper reported that our state representative Mike Day had convinced the legislature to include in their authorization $1 million under the MassWorks program for use on the Waterfield block project. Well, I'm not, I presume if it's in the newspaper, I presume it's true. So,
Yeah, we should probably check
I'll call Mike and find out if in fact that's
Mr. Chairman, do you mind just for the sake of the audience indicating what Waterfield project means?
So we are looking at the potential development of the parking lots at the Waterfield block. This is the parking lots beside the train station that are accessed from Waterfield Road. We've been looking for some years at the possibility of doing either some residential or mixed residential and retail development in that area with some parking. So we are working with the planning board and a couple of other groups around town to sort of put together an RFP for that project. And this was something that Mr. Day had been very much tracking, and we'd also been working very closely with Mike Day and Jason Lewis on convincing the MBTA to go ahead and fund the renovation of the station. So we'll have to contact him and find out exactly whether this is real money that comes to us, whether we have to sing and dance for it. But if that were the case, that would certainly help the process of developing housing there. So that's rumor.
Okay,
Good
good
rumor,
news.
I'm
yeah.
hoping. Okay. Any further? We need to-
No, that's
Okay.
what we have for the moment.
All right, good. Any more questions for the town manager? No? Okay, if not, if there are matters from the audience, if anyone wants to speak on a topic that's not already on the agenda, let me know. No? Okay, hearing none. We have no comptroller's report. We have a request for a license change. So I believe this is a change of manager for Camellas. So would you folks come back up? Good evening, welcome back. Good, thank you. If you'd like to introduce yourself and take your new manager.
Yes, I am.
Good evening, welcome.
All right, JP Kamala, been before you all before.
Yes,
This is Martin Pena, who is, this license that we're trying to acquire still, I think we're on our 8th month or so.
yes. Good.
We've outgrown a manager here, so.
Okay, so I understood from our administrative staff that this version we have here is now complete as far as you know.
As far as I know.
Yeah, okay.
Hopefully.
State forms being where they belong.
Yeah, we did bring counsel in, here towards the end, just to kind of make sure we see it clearly.
Okay. So I think, unless the board does have questions about this.
I just wanted to thank you for investing in Winchester, and you have a wonderful business, and thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you, we love it, we've been here, like I said, we've been in December.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's been really good, the community's been good stuff.
The feelings mutual, yeah, absolutely.
Hard to be here.
And good luck in the future, yeah, absolutely.
So let me-
Mr. Chairman,
we need to approve the change of manager, and then there's we need a reissuing a license tonight, or just approving the change of manager?
Change of manager.
Change of manager,
for both licenses, right?
correct.
Common victualler and,
And the retail.
I guess they're,
Yeah, well, I think it's just for the.
this is just for the alcohol, this is just for the wine and malt beverages, okay?
We have to approve the change of manager, then you have to go before the ABCC.
Right.
And when they approve it, you come back, and then we actually issue the license for you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the transfer of the common victualler license to Expose, Keep for Sale, and to sell wine and malt beverages with Corios to be drunk on the premises to 529 Camellas LLC, doing business as Camellas, 529 Main Street, on 3 rooms with 27 seats, consisting of 1,600 square feet,
Okay, so this is to approve the change of manager.
with the new manager being Martin Soto.
Second,
Okay, any further questions? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nays, ayes have it. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. All right, then we have two hearings on traffic regulations. I see some interested people here. So I'll open the first, I'm going to take the Myrtle Terrace, Winthrop Street extension request first. So I will open a formal,
We have a sign-in sheet circulating, so I'll address it.
okay. So open the formal public hearing on the traffic regulations. This is for a proposed installation of a do not enter between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. sign at the intersection of Myrtle Terrace and Winthrop Street Extension and South Border Road. And I think this is a response to concerns that people have had about cut-through traffic. So the way we'll run the hearings is I will ask Beth Rudolph, our town engineer, to describe the proposals that the traffic and advisory committees have given to us. And we'll have the board to ask questions if we have any. Then I will open the floor to questions and statements by residents or other interested citizens. Mrs. Mon reminds me there's a clipboard, I think, going around the sign-in sheet with or without a clipboard behind it. Would you please fill that in, particularly if you'd like to speak? That way your name and address and everything go on to the records, and you get buried in the archives for the next couple hundred years, so, okay. And we spell your name correctly, which is the big benefit, so please print correctly. So, Beth, would you outline for us, people can see that adequately?
Absolutely, thank you. So last June, we received a letter from a resident on Myrtle Terrace who was concerned about some of the speed and volume of cut-through traffic that was coming down South Border Road and turning onto the right-of-way, which is, just to orient everybody, to our right is Medford, to our left is the north. So this is South Border Road up along the top of the map. Myrtle Terrace, there's a right-of-way, it's actually not a named street that goes between the two homes on South Border Road, and then it splits from there into Myrtle Terrace and Winthrop Street Extension, and both of those come down to Highland Ave. There's a signal at this location, which is the intersection of Highland Ave, South Border Road, Music Valley Parkway, and Mount Vernon Street, so a traffic signal here. So the resident was concerned about some of the cut-through traffic that was coming down from South Border Road through this right-of-way and down Myrtle Terrace. So back in October of last year, we did some traffic counts between number 44 and 47 Myrtle Terrace, so that's just about where the M is here on the graphic. The volumes and speeds overall were fairly low, so the 85th percentile speed, which is the typical speed that traffic engineers use to gauge speeds, was actually very low, under 20 miles per hour, both for traffic headed towards Highland Ave and for traffic headed towards South Border Road. So again, we did the traffic counts on Myrtle Terrace. I did not do traffic counts on Winthrop Street. So it's possible that some of the vehicles that could be coming in, traveling down through here, could split and go both ways, but we only did one side. Overall, the daily volumes, this is the weekday volume. This is cars going towards Highland Ave was about 75 cars. Going towards South Border Road was 41 cars. So clearly there's a few more cars going down from South Border Road towards Highland Ave. The morning peak volumes, so this is in a 1 hour period. That typical peak volume occurred between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. In this street. So there was an average about 20 days if you averaged all the weekdays that we recorded data on, going towards Highland Ave. Excuse me. And just only 5 cars on average going towards South Border Road. Afternoon, both volumes were fairly low in both directions. The thing that I think is important to note, and it's just highlighted here, so on 2 of the days that we recorded data, one day during that 1 hour morning period, there were 34 cars, and another day there were 42 cars in that 1 hour period. And those days had daily volumes of 96 cars total and 89 cars total. So in one case, almost half of the cars that went on the street that day came in that 1 hour period in the morning.
And these were coming from South Border Road?
These are coming from South Border Road towards Highland Ave. Yep. So TAC looked at this last fall, and we thought, obviously, the speeds and volumes are not high when we compare it overall to other places that we see in town. These are actually pretty low. But we do understand it's a very small neighborhood. The width of this right-of-way coming in is about 15 feet. Myrtle Terrace is about 22. Winthrop Street is about 19. So TAC felt that it wouldn't be unreasonable to put a do not enter sign here from 7 to 9 a.m. Obviously, we recommended that it be a public hearing so we could get the input from the neighbors. If the neighbors are really, very much opposed to the idea, that's certainly something that we wouldn't want to impose on them. So since this hearing notice went out last week, I have gotten a few calls from residents on South Border Road who were concerned that they do use this right-of-way as a cut-through to get down Winthrop Street to go to McCall and Lincoln schools. So obviously, I counted up, and I think there's about 19 houses east of this street on South Border Road, so there would be an impact to those properties. Obviously, people who are used to using that as their primary route to school. It wouldn't stop that for people using it to get back home or from doing it in the afternoon if we did just the morning hours. So that's, I guess, a soft recommendation.
for the board questions.
Sure, I have a few questions. First of all, thank you so much for all that this committee does. I was commenting to the chair that I've lived here for 21 years, and my neighborhood had a bunch of questions a long time ago, and there was just sort of like no receptivity by, not coming on town hall, but sort of by I think that the selectmen as a whole seems just so much more attentive to residents' concerns, and for me personally, I'm always very sensitive, as I'm sure many on our board are, to residents' concerns about traffic, and also where the volume's going, and particularly speed. So in any event, quick questions, and then I'll stop. So, it is sort of thank you for the full report and all your hard work, and thank you for everyone who came tonight, because I think the citizen input is really, really important. Obviously, you live here, this is an important issue to all of you, and so thank you for taking the time to come. It's really great to see so many people here tonight. But in any event, so it's interesting about how the residents east of this particular location on South Border Road, I'm just kind of curious, sort of point of information, if there was an option of do not enter residents only, could that be construed as including those folks east of South Border Road, even though they're not residents technically of that little sort of cutaway there, or Myrtle Terrace or Winthrop, they are residents as opposed to folks from out of town using ways?
Yeah, I mean, that's just an enforcement issue, really, I don't know. We try to not do those sort of resident only, just try to.
Yeah, I was curious about that, because we do see those sometimes. Okay, so you're trying to sort of phase out the residents only?
I don't know that there's any in Winchester, I could be wrong.
Oh, yeah, I think there are a couple, maybe from old ones.
Yeah, certainly any that we've done
new,
since I've been
okay.
here have just been the strict hourly, because I think it's difficult if you were to put a cop there to enforce a resident-only kind of.
So another quick question is, so on the Winthrop Street extension, sensitive to those concerns as well, because the curve on Myrtle may be attributed to some of the lower speeds, but with respect to Winthrop, and I don't mean this in any way negative, but was there a reason why that wasn't counted, or just an experience?
Yeah, I think when we did it, it was just, we were focusing because the complaint had come from Myrtle Terrace, and we were focusing on that. And then after we made a recommendation, maybe we should have gone back.
You don't have data on speed on Winthrop? That other slide didn't include?
I don't have data on Winthrop Street, no. But I would imagine that if anything, we've undercounted the total number of people going through this neighborhood, because
right, and also
some people are probably.
And Myrtle obviously is an issue, but with Winthrop, I'd just be particularly sensitive because it's a straightaway. I'd be kind of curious whether or not people are not only cutting through but speeding.
Yep.
So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Questions, comments? David, Mariano?
No, I mean, I've received a letter from a resident. I don't know if you want me to enter it now or when we open.
We could
Okay.
the record.
Okay, yeah, so you have it all at table. It's from Anna Hood, who lives at the corner of Winthrop Street Extension and Highland Avenue. So she is in favor of the sign there. She was also concerned that there is a lot of traffic in the evening hours as well. But she mentioned specifically the traffic on Winthrop Street Extension versus Myrtle Terrace, because that's where she lives. So, just for the record, that's in at table in the packet. So I don't know if we looked at the 5 to 7 p.m., if that would be, so that would be question number one, is what the recommendation would be for the evening. And then, if we could look at putting the counters on Winthrop.
Yeah, so I think certainly if we put the do not enter on South Border Road, it's going to stop people from either going to Myrtle Terrace or Winthrop Street, right? I would really leave it to the residents as to whether or not they want the evening, because I think the concern was more that there's a cut through. People are trying to avoid the light in the morning, and that's why people are turning down here and cutting through. In the evening, it probably would affect these people who are coming home more than maybe somebody who's trying to cut through that light. Our traffic counts showed that the evening traffic, again, this was just on Myrtle Terrace, was very light.
Okay.
As compared to the mornings. So I think it would probably impact those residents on those streets. This is Greeley and Davy Lane.
Might not be familiar with Winthrop Street Extension. It's a toboggan run.
Yeah.
It's straight down, and in the winter, it's quite an exciting slide out on the Highland Avenue. Highland, the south part of Winthrop Street proper is one-way uphill. I'm sorry, it's one-way downhill, sorry. We used to have one-way uphill, and we'd have any number of accidents at the corner of Winthrop and Highland because there was a completely blind corner. So in neither case, both Myrtle Terrace and Winthrop Street, when you're coming down toward Highland, sight lines are pretty bad.
So Winthrop is one way?
From Highland Avenue.
The bottom part, I think you're talking about.
Oh, the bottom.
It is one way down, it's downhill. It's two-way between Highland and South Florida.
It's technically Winthrop Street
I
extension.
know that is one thing about the topography, that both, this
It's
whole
quite-
area is
it's
on
quite
hill.
steep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, if not, further questions, Beth, anything?
Beth, on your chart,
Yep.
the average peak morning, maybe it's on here, I remember not seeing it. What are the hours and then the average?
Yeah, so if you go, I think in the memo that I gave you, there's a more detailed data.
Okay.
So generally, in the going towards Highland Ave,
Yeah.
the peak time was between 8 and 9 a.m. We had a few mornings where it was 7 to 8, but it was mostly between 8 and 9.
Yeah.
So I think that 7 to 9 a.m. window would kind of cover
Right.
most of that cut-through traffic.
In the afternoon.
In the afternoon, it was all over the place.
Can I ask another question? I'm just kind of curious, just generally speaking, is the committee typically more concerned with speed than volume?
It
Or
depends. It really
on the
depends
situation.
on
Okay.
where we are. Obviously, somebody on Highland Ave would tell you to have, a peak rate of 20 cars an hour. They would be, so happy to just have that many cars. So it really depends which section.
Right, because I thought the notion was that speed was sort of the particular urgency thing.
Yeah, so I mean,
over volume.
again, the concern we got from the resident on Myrtle Terrace was the speed and the volume of people
Yeah.
going through there. It's a very...
But your data
curvy
showing
street.
more
Our
of a
data show that
volume.
the speeds, now if you want to say the speed limit out here is 30 miles an hour, certainly our data show that people are going well below that. It's a very tight street and it's very curvy,
Right,
so
right.
somebody should not be going 30 miles
Sort
an
of some
hour
built-ins,
out
yeah.
there anyway. But I will say, just from it's clear that there are more cars coming through in that peak morning hour than there are any other time during.
And do you ever track cars, like where they're going? Because I'm just sort of curious if they're all sort of from ways going on Highland or...
Right, I mean, that's the hard thing, right? So, I mean, it certainly could be, from some of the comments that I've received, it certainly could just be local residents on South Border Road who are going through there to bring kids to school or to go to the train or whatever. Or it could be, people who are just looking to circumvent that signal.
Waze and Google will recommend to drivers that they use that route both coming in south and going out.
Sure,
So
yeah.
and they're fairly consistent doing that. They even recommend going the wrong way on Winthrop Street, the lower part. Okay, if we have no further questions for Beth, and I'll invite questions or statements from the audience. What I would ask you to do is come to the table, give your name and address, and make your statement, and be happy to. Did you volunteer, sir?
Sure. Right here?
Yep, just name and address, and you're welcome to take a seat.
Okay, thanks. My name's Jim Fantini, and we live at 566 South Border, which is at about 7 o'clock on the red circle there, so right on the right of way. My comment is to add to the study that Myrtle and Winthrop have natural checks on the speed. Myrtle with the S-curve and the cars that are parked. Winthrop, as you stated, is a toboggan run, so it's very steep. Cars, when they turn left, non-resident cars is what we find, mostly in our unofficial study, they want to escape the light, escape the traffic, and lots of times get in quick before the oncoming traffic. So they shoot in. That's where the speed is that first little part there.
Oh, rounding the corner?
Yes, because they come in quick, and then they'll go either left or right. That'll slow them down a bit, and then they do whatever through the neighborhood. But the most dangerous, and whether it's volume or just speed, is right there on that little extension. So I think that's the concern, and it has that speed.
Oh, you're seeing people sort of jump in front of oncoming traffic?
Yeah, well, they'll come in quick, right? They're commuters, so whether they know to go that way or whatever it might be, someone's coming and they want to get in quick, whatever it might be, they shoot in quickly. And then they go left or right from there.
We have a very high volume of traffic going toward Medford in the morning.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you for coming.
Other comments? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to read my letter.
Why don't you sit down?
But could
would you-
I also show you where I live?
Sure, I'm sorry, the quid pro quo is you must take the microphone with you, because otherwise the thousands of people watching WinCam at home tonight will not hear you.
Okay, Susan Marius.
Could you introduce yourself and your address, please?
Susan Marius. I live at 41 Myrtle Terrace. And I am right there in the corner. Where am I?
Below the M.
Yeah, right there.
Yep.
Here. So what I see are cars coming down here, and I'm right here watching them turn. I'm watching children stopping here at the sidewalk, crossing because there is no sidewalk here, so they have to cross right here, going to school. And they come down very fast. It's a blind spot here, and there are cars parked all up here because it's so tight. I'll just read because I don't like talking. Okay. I wrote this letter June 13th, 2017 to Mr. Howard. I'm writing to you regarding a dangerous traffic situation outside of my home and in my neighborhood. I reside with my family at 41 Myrtle Terrace and have so for more than 20 years. The homes on Myrtle Terrace are relatively close to one another with limited spaces to park our vehicles. Our road is also relatively narrow. Many residents often have vehicles out in front of their homes, including myself, during the year with the exception of winter. This situation in itself makes Myrtle Terrace quite congested at times. We all get along in our tight shared space pretty well, though. Many cars and other vehicles use Myrtle Terrace as a relief from the backed-up traffic on South Border Road, which occurs during the morning rush hour time and occurs during the afternoon rush hour as well, but not quite so intensely. The street has always been used as a cut-through, which is a natural result of the location of the street, which at the top connects to South Border Road, Mystic Valley Parkway by way of Myrtle Terrace Extension, Winthrop Street Extension, and the bottom of Myrtle Terrace connecting to Highland Avenue. We on Myrtle Terrace have always had drivers coming through quickly, and neighbors have frequently discussed speeding concerns over the years. In the past, we have observed a mix of commuters heading to work, local landscapers, painters, delivery trucks, local families getting their children to school, many driving respectfully, with the occasional driver tearing through. Now, and this was June 13th, 2017. Now, there are huge cement trucks coming through, an 18-wheeler truck with tons of sheetrock, lumber trucks, and cut-through drivers frequenting the road. It has been especially fast and fierce during morning rush hour. I no longer believe that the situation will remedy itself, nor will it be fixed by residents on the street yelling, gesturing, and pleading for people to slow down. The blind spot at the curve just outside and to the left of my home has become my biggest concern and is experienced as you come up Myrtle Terrace from Highland Ave and is located just before my driveway and house. The concern is the speed of the drivers coming down Myrtle Terrace from South Border. They come down so fast, they do not know you're in their pathway until they're upon you at that spot. I've been in dangerous situations where I had to pound my horn to warn drivers so that they would not hit me head-on as they come down around the blind curve on the road. There isn't even a spot to pull out of the way to avoid them. Even in icy conditions, they come through too quickly, as I had people ask me for shovels to dig themselves out whom have come down our street too fast in the winter, who have crashed into a telephone pole outside of my house. As I see it, drivers need to slow down as they come down Myrtle Terrace from South Border Road. It is a narrow road, and we will always need to occasionally negotiate the space so we can figure out who is going to back out of the way or who is going to pull over to let the other one pass. People must drive slower to make our roads safer, to make room for each other, and to avoid a collision just outside of my home and on our street. I respectfully request your attention and ideas on this matter. Thank you. And also, I'm usually returning from dropping my son off from school at about 8:10. It is intense at 8:10. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? You mentioned trucks.
Yeah.
They're coming from South Border going toward Highland? Okay.
I mean, I've seen them go up too, but, yeah.
I ask because we might want to consider a no truck sign.
Not supposed to be on South Border Road.
But is it visible? Or is it one we put up in 1950?
It's on each end of Laurel.
Actually, also, there've been discussions over the years about what we can do. And I have been concerned with the neighbors, whatever we do, I've been concerned that, well, I'm not going to dump all of our traffic on Winthrop Street. I just don't feel like that's right. So the solution of stopping just that there, I hadn't actually thought of that. And I do see cars going up and down through my kitchen window, but, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The others who would like to make public comment? Yes, sir. One, two, second.
Hi, my name is Douglas Pagan. I now live at 5 Winthrop Street, but for the last 12 and a half years, I lived at 48, which is on the corner of the right-of-way and the Winthrop Street extension. So when you come down and horseshoe to the right. So just below to the right of the red circle. See the red circle at the top? One below that.
Oh, I see you right there.
Yeah. So I want to echo the sentiment of Mr. Fantini that, first of all, whether it's at rush hour in the evening, when the light down below is backed up all the way past that, and drivers try to cut through, they have to do it very quickly, because when that light cycles, drivers come up South Border towards 93 very quickly, and those making a left in curve very quickly. So Mr. Fantini was across the street.
Morning or evening or both?
Both ways. The evening is more inbound towards, for commuters coming off of 93 up South Border to either come into town or go north. And of course, in the morning, it's more the other way. And then a point that I think you made about the study is that you can see that the traffic would diverge, perhaps not 50-50, but it's going to split either down Myrtle Terrace or Winthrop. And what we noticed is if you're going into town or turning south, you'd more likely go down Winthrop Street extension. It's a straight shot and it cuts through. Whereas if you went on Myrtle Terrace, you still have a T when you get to Highland. You have to, if you go right, you're going to hit the exact same light you would have hit otherwise. So that might even be a less trafficked path, meaning that the total traffic coming through that pass-through might be 3 times more.
Yeah, it's definitely
Right?
underestimated from what is
Right.
total through there.
The topography, as was mentioned, is very steep from South Border down to Highland. And in fact, when we first moved into our house, we had an accident when someone came up over the hill and back down and skidded into our front lawn. And, we had young children at the time, so we built stone walls. There are a number of young children in the neighborhood that play in the yards, and there's no sidewalks, and they're all very close to the street, and the streets are quite narrow. So to me, it's a safety consideration as much as a traffic. Myrtle Terrace has a number of parked cars, which is less the case on Winthrop, but both streets are quite narrow, and if cars are coming both directions, they tend to drift into the middle. So it's not really a main way. It's used as a cut-through. Understandably, with residents that live up along South Border, they're very cognizant. They're our neighbors, essentially. But most that come through are not. So if you measured 20 or so or 40, there aren't 40 residents there. So it's obviously not strictly that neighborhood. So I would even though I no longer live here, having done so with young children during that duration, I would advocate in favor of the sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Other comments? Sir, you had your hand up?
So my name is Robert Hale. I live at 7 Alice Lane in Winchester, Massachusetts, which is just up to the east of cul-de-sac before you get onto Myrtle Terrace and either go on Winthrop or Myrtle. My wife and I use this access road to drop off our children every morning. I'm absolutely one of the people using the Winthrop Road to get access to and from both the commuter rail station and to my house. And, you know, from our perspective, it's a public road. Our taxes pay for the maintenance of that road, just as they do in any other township. From our perspective, if it's a slippery slope of regulation, you start putting up signs, well then, in Alice Lane, why don't we put up a sign that says, no access on the weekends, because we have everybody in the Fells parking lot parking in our cul-de-sac, where we all three houses there have children under 13. Why shouldn't we then start putting in South Border Road speed bumps and light signs every 100 feet for all the families that live up and down South Border Road, and let's navigate that between Medford and Winchester. That sounds like a lot of fun. From my standpoint, you know, I'm not even sure how this is enforceable. I don't believe that anybody, you know, using Waze is going to stop simply because there is a sign there. And in the odd day that there is somebody out there giving a ticket, you're still going to see the other 364 days a year where somebody is going to grant access to it. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't stop using the road if there was a sign there because I need to use it. So, you know, I drive a Ford Explorer 2003, 2004, one black, one blue. If somebody wants to stop me from using the road, by all means, please do.
Can I just ask you a question? Is Alice Lane, are you saying you live here?
That's further up.
No, further up. It's about 5 houses up that way.
I see, on South, off
Yes.
South Border, I see, okay.
Sort of extraneous to tonight's discussion, but if people are parking in your cul-de-sac to access the Fells, we can post against that to cut it down. Now, if you don't object to it, that's...
We're not there, but this is the slippery slope of just kind of
No,
micromanagement.
it is, but that's what we're doing. You know, the economy is going, everybody has a job, everybody's commuting, everybody's spending money, and we are watching Waze and Google and everybody else sending people through neighborhoods.
Which I understand, right? And so if you want to have a residence concept, that might be something for the people of Winchester, but how do you even enforce that with a big W? I mean, it just starts to have knock-on consequences that aren't terribly practical in the world of 2018.
Let me clarify, once you put up a do not enter or a one-way sign, Waze will pick that up and it will not use that road at that time.
But you yourself acknowledged already that that hasn't happened, right, in terms of the access. I see people going up Winthrop on a one-way
Well,
all the time.
that's very infrequent, okay? So, but but...
I mean, I've had 5 or 6
I'm sorry, I'm not going to argue. They do pick it up and they do stop doing it, but there's still the problem of doing it. Thank you.
I believe people will use it because they're using it to get to work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, Natasha Hochberg, and I live at 50 Myrtle Terrace, so that's after you make the bend, that's on the dragway, on the speedway heading down. So, yep, right there. So I have 3 little kids, and they are some of the kids that walk down the street and have to cross the street. In my mind, if this is difficult and this doesn't stop, you know, if this sign doesn't stop everyone from making the turn, but it stops a proportion of the people from making the turn, that's fewer people that are going to run into my kids when they're trying to get to school. Because frankly, without John Clemson, my neighbor, who screams at the top of his lungs when these people come down the street, and thank God his voice is louder than mine. Listen, I will take it any day. I now have my 5-year-old trying to be John Clemson, so, but it's not quite as effective. But in all honesty, it scares me to have my kids playing on this street. So I understand the inconvenience that this might place for some people, but I'll take my kids' safety over the inconvenience of making it a little bit longer drive for people.
Thank you. Any comments?
Thank you
Yes,
for
ma'am.
coming.
Either one of you, one, two?
I have a question. Should I come up as well?
Shirley? We'll give you a long answer to justify sitting here.
I'm Marjorie Burge, I live at 44 Myrtle Terrace. I have a question about Leslie Road, because Leslie is the only other access road off the South Border, and that has a do not enter sign, and also arrows saying no left turn, no right turn. I just wonder how that compares with our situation, if that's
Or just what the date is on that? I was curious.
Leslie Road is a private way.
It's a private way, that sign was put up by the residents, it's not enforceable by the town.
Okay, and our cut-through, that's not a private way, that's a public
It's
way?
it's a town-owned right-of-way. It's not technically, it's a gray area, I would say, but it's not technically a road, like, it's not a right, most streets have a road designation. It's an unnamed kind of right-of-way through that area. Obviously, it's been used as if it's a road since.
I just wonder if they have complaints about people as well coming off that road?
They do, they have, because it's a private road, they have adopted another traffic mitigation technique, which is to allow very big potholes to, they've done that for 50 or 60 years.
We actually have a fair share of those ourselves.
The residents,
dig 'em out.
the residents go around them, but the through traffic, I think, is considerably discouraged because it's really a minefield out there on Leslie, Lorena.
Okay, that was just my question. How that stood in relationship to Myrtle.
It's an excellent question, because it's sort of, even if it's a private road, it still has the same purpose of sort of.
Maybe we could direct that other man down that road.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Good evening, my name is Carol Woolston. I live at 47 Myrtle Terrace, across from Marjorie and next door to John Clemson. We've been in our house 20 years, so my kids are now grown. I don't have to worry about them walking down the street. And I just want to say, although the numbers may not look significant to you, I can guarantee you that the traffic has increased exponentially since we moved into that house 20 years ago. And similarly, what's changed over that 20 years is the number of cars parked in the street. I think when many of us moved there, we had no children, for instance. And now many of us in the street have 3 or 4 cars. We don't have garages. We have small driveways, and so we're parked in the street. And that really adds to the complication of having traffic come down the street. So I just want to be on record to say that I fully support placing that sign there. I wouldn't mind a speed bump or two, because as Natasha said, really it only takes 1 or 2 speeders for something tragic to happen, and we don't want to see that on Myrtle Terrace.
Can I ask you a
Yes.
question? So maybe I'm crazy, but is that little piece there, is that relative, like, when did that go in? Has it been there the whole time you've lived there? Yeah. Has it been there the whole time you've lived there? Okay.
Yes.
Very long time.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Mr. Tully?
I'm Ken Tully. I live at 556 South Border Road, which is, let's see, 1, 2, 3 from the circle. Right, that one, and I also own 558 next to it. I've lived there for my whole life. I'm 68, never mind. I always try to be positive, whether it be in teaching or in sports or having been an elected official in the past. But on this one, I'm here to object. I hope you'll forgive the people of South Border Road, but we're a little defensive on issues like this, because there are some already existing conditions that you probably are not aware of. Unlike most of you that pay your property taxes in return for town services, we are not eligible for many town services. If we call the town's DPW, they'll usually tell us that we live on a state road and we need to call the DCR. On occasion, when we call the Winchester Police, depending on the issue, they tell us we may have to call the state police in Wellington Circle and Medford. In the winter, neither the state nor the town is willing or able to plow our sidewalks, forcing our children, unless we snow blow, and most of us do, but all it takes is one, to not do it on a snowy winter, forcing our kids out into South Border Road. I was told by the town engineer that a person on Myrtle Terrace had approached the Traffic Advisory Committee with a complaint that the traffic on her street had been increasing. Well, first of all, as Lance was saying, Mr. Grensbeck was saying, who hasn't seen an increase in traffic? Everyone is seeing an increase. But what does this increase really mean? When we got the notice the other day, my wife and I sat out on the front porch on Tuesday and Wednesday morning from the 7 to 9 period that the do not enter sign would be in effect. We counted the cars on South Border Road, we counted the cars going in and out of Myrtle Terrace, we counted everything. Anyone want to guess how many cars went past our house in 1 hour on South Border Road? The average was 1,265.
Wait, for how much period?
In 1 hour. An average was an hour.
In both directions?
Yes. And here, you can take these are the,
Thank you.
so the numbers look almost exactly the same as what the town engineer had. We had 1,265 cars pass our house. Anyone want to guess how many cars turned into Myrtle Terrace per hour? 17. And now we were counting ones that would probably get down Myrtle Terrace and Winthrop Street Extension, so her numbers of 7 per hour is about right. So we're talking about 7 cars, maybe Myrtle Terrace, 10 Winthrop Street Extension, and 1,265 going down South Border Road. Now, so my question is this reason enough to deny the residents of South Border Road direct access down to their schools? Here, we don't get town services for roads, we have trouble sometimes with police, we had all kinds of problems in the 70s when it was the MDC, okay? And we had to work with our state representative to resolve that. We all know that many people like to use Winthrop Street as a cut-through to avoid the traffic light at Highland Avenue. There's no question. We already see a backup from the traffic light at Highland Avenue that many days go past our house on South Border Road and up our side beyond Alice Way. Now you're going to deny people from cutting in to take a load off. We'll never get out of our driveways. Okay, never. Okay? Between 7 or 9 in the morning and 5 to 7 at night. If nobody can go the other way, they can't go on Leslie, they can't go there. Everybody coming back, not just from Winchester, but if you watch the cars, they don't have dump stickers. It's a cut through from Roosevelt Circle down into parts of Woburn, down by Bill and Bob's Roast Beef, people coming home. So you've got all these people coming down there. Some people, so by denying access to Myrtle Terrace, that's going to force even more cars to go through the light than today. Some people may say, oh, Southport Road, it's designed for that traffic load. Well, Mr. Grensback and I know that it isn't. It was designed as a parkway, originally in the 1940s, when there was the Nike site up at, in the Fells. We used to play stickball in the street, okay, until Route 93 was built in 1960, okay? And when they built the 93, they didn't widen the whole road, they only widened sections of it. And then they did a little bit more about 20 years ago. So, I'm here to say, I hope common sense would prevail, and this proposal will not pass. I understand that it's a problem for you folks, but the 7 cars, the 10 cars, maybe during school it becomes even more. But the burden that it would put on the other people to force us every day if we want to get down to school, and I work at McCall, so I use that Winthrop Street extension. Now we'd have to go and get in that line of traffic, sit at the traffic light at Highland Avenue, sit at the traffic light by the library, then go add to more traffic going past the front of Lincoln School and the front of McCall on every school day. Isn't there some other way? Speed bumps, some kind of traffic signs. Is there some other way other than funneling everything down South Border Road and into that intersection of Highland Avenue? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
My name is Deji. I live at 566 South Border Road. I think it would be a good idea to have no left turns onto my street so that my neighborhood can be safer. I have seen many cars go fast and slam on their brakes. It is very scary. And my street has no sidewalks. I need to walk to school in the street. I would like to do this without fear of cars that are driving too fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Good job.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Elizabeth K. Shodak. I moved to 44 Winthrop Street, which is in the bow between Myrtle Terrace and Winthrop Street Extension. Yes, that's me. And I moved there in 1993. Most of the cars
do come down Winthrop Street Extension, because if they go down Myrtle Terrace, they're very close to that Highland Avenue light, so they get a little more, a little less interference if they come down Winthrop Street and then turn. There's one little point, well, there are two things I would like to say. One is during snowy weather. It's already constricted on that right-of-way. There's, it's a very narrow right-of-way. And so there's really only room for one vehicle. You can't have one vehicle passing another vehicle right then, or right there. So that makes it difficult. The other thing I would like to say is that that right-of-way, which is town-owned, has not been paved in decades. It was supposed to have been fully paved when what used to be Pheasant Lane, the one that goes off to the right, and is now Davy Lane, was put in. But that has not happened. So in addition, you have potholes. And the Carters, who live on the corner of South Border Road and the right-of-way on the right-hand side, have a big pothole right outside their driveway. So they have to go into this big pothole. Well, the town comes, and when there's a complaint, they'll fill the pothole, and then a week later, it is empty. So I'm sorry if I have changed the subject somewhat, but those potholes go all the way down. The streets have been paved from a certain distance from Highland Avenue up, but not in the bow and not on the town right-of-way. It's a safety issue also. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
We have, John, can I ask you to make the last comments? We have another hearing, more people, okay. If you're very brief, we have another hearing coming after this one, so I'd like to get out before midnight. John?
I'll be very brief. I've 49 Myrtle Terrace, John Clemson, I'm recommending that we're facing as well. Lived there since 1994, and this has been a constant issue ever since we moved in. It's a very narrow street. It's very dense. There have always been a lot of children there, including my own. I had to jump out of the way of moving vehicles on 2 occasions. I'm the screamer. I'm sorry about that. I don't think it really does any good, but I think there has to be some sort of traffic calming in this very, very tight, dense neighborhood with lots of curves and hills. Every time I come up Myrtle Terrace to go home, I take my life in my hands as I come around in front of Susan's house. So, and there have been accidents there. So I think anything we can do to calm traffic here is would be justified. I don't think speed bumps are a bad idea either.
Okay.
But I would strongly advocate for this signage. It's a problem in the afternoon as well, especially on Winthrop Street, because I'm coming up and down there.
John, would you say
You don't want to footer in.
would you say the speed or the volume is worse? If you're going to pick both, okay.
Both. And a lot of the people who are going fast are just cutting through. People who live up on South Border Road are very careful. So, I don't want to have to hurt them, but a 20-foot wide street with 25 houses on it that's about a block long is, it's, I think it would help. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, John, for coming.
The last 2 people, 2 comments. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I just wanted to point out briefly, I think it's been referred
Could you have
to.
your name and address just for the...
Jane Lovins, Brett Lovins. We live at 552 South Border. And I just wanted to point out, down here is Lincoln, and down here is McCall. So Brett and I are here tonight speaking against the sign only to the extent that it blocks access to the neighbors who live right around the corner, who are using that for access to school. We don't consider it a shortcut, we just simply consider it our direct route to school. It's the same if we walk and as if we drive. We empathize with the concerns raised by the original petitioner and the other neighbors here, and share in them as well. Our concern is that the sign as currently proposed would block our route to our elementary school, Lincoln, and our future school, McCall, on the days that we do need to drive. I believe there are about 12 Lincoln students, or soon-to-be Lincoln students right now, between where we're proposing the sign and Alice Lane, including Alice Lane. I don't know about further, and I'm not sure if they were notified about this meeting. And of course, as was referenced, the sign as proposed would, I think, increase backup where it's already pretty difficult to get out of our driveways, and triple or quadruple the time it takes us to get to school. So to the extent the select board is inclined to take any action on this record, we respectfully ask you to do something that doesn't block school access for others in the neighborhood. One possibility might be adding an explicit exception to the sign for school access or local business. The do not enter sign would still be recognized by Waze as a do not enter sign, and I think it would still serve a significant deterrent effect to the commuters who are just trying to fly through the community, as opposed to residents of the community just trying to access other things here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So can we have a couple comments, or?
Okay, we're running quite late.
Yeah,
so
okay.
briefly.
Well, a couple things that I would just note that, it seems like one of the issues that have been identified for actually both because of the topography, the steep slope, and also the curves. I think if there was, Beth would probably agree with all of her training and engineering, the sightlines on Myrtle Terrace are jeopardized by the curves that are already built into the street structure, as well as the necessity of the cars. So it seems like, Mr. Chair, if I could suggest that whatever we do tonight, that in addition, there should be a study in this area about traffic calming matters. And, for example, it has happened in some areas of town that because of curves in a road, and because it's documented with engineering standards, as I understand it, I'm not an engineer, but that it affects sightline, and that affects safety. And so by definition, looking at this, I've seen roads that I'm very familiar with where it has been documented about sightline issues, and I would say that just looking at Myrtle Terrace, that would be an issue here as well, and lowering the speed limit. So I'm assuming the speed limit here, if it's, what is the speed limit in this? 30, exactly. So that's another issue that we're studying, but just on sightline, I would suggest that this should be in 20, because it has, so for example, there's two curves on the street where I live, and we were able to document it through engineering, and the Board of Selectmen in the past actually changed the speed limit to 20 around those two curves, and that did seem to help a lot. Just, so I'm not saying instead of what's been proposed, but definitely something that should be considered in this area. As far as Winthrop Street, given the topography and the steep slope and the number of houses on it, perhaps the same suggestion. Also because it is accessible to schools. So that seems really important for this area anyway, and I would suggest, with all due respect to our town engineer, that should be on the list for this neighborhood on both streets. Frankly, it should be something that's studied elsewhere in Winchester as well, but just looking at this, by definition, you can see that the sight line is, I think that's the vocabulary that's used, is jeopardized by the topography of those two curves. And I love the suggestion about except school area, because it does seem like the folks on South Border, especially if they're trying to get access to the schools, is something that should be considered. And overall, I would also suggest, with deference to the chair and to the town engineer, that they perhaps put on the list, studying throughout the town, some way of, because of the introduction of Waze and the use of it, to maybe consider whether or not some sort of residential access for some of the very narrow roads be considered. So anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. Not in lieu of what's going on today, but I do think that there's a sightline issue on Myrtle. I'm not an engineer, but based on my own personal experience with roads in our neighborhood, that has been documented. Yeah. That's all I have.
So let me close the public hearing part of this and bring back to the board. So if we want to put a motion on the table, get it seconded, and then open to the board for discussion about whether you want to approve it or not.
I have a couple questions. First, I've seen in other towns and cities that there are signs that say, "Do not enter, local residents only." We haven't done that. Would we be able to do that and include the South Border Road residents as part of the local residents from an enforcement
It's certainly something that
standpoint?
can be done. We, as police and engineering and DPW, have not typically been in favor of that just because of the enforcement issues around it, because, it's hard to police who's a resident, who's not a resident coming through that area. If the cops were to sit there and they'd have to stop every person and have them
Right.
sort of prove
Yeah.
whether they're a resident or not. I mean, certainly that's something can be done, it just hasn't been something that we've been in favor of.
The other one is there's a crosswalk across the top of, what here is the top of the right-of-way. Can that be raised? Because I hear that a lot of the problem is the speed at which people turn. If that, a raised crosswalk is a natural speed bump, if that could be done. And the other one is, I know it's a lot longer term, and, yeah, exactly, that crosswalk, yeah. The other one is a lot longer term and involves engagement with the state, but a rotary at that intersection of Highland Avenue, South Border Road, there's too many roads going in there, and the light takes forever because of how many different directions it has to give green and red lights to. There might be space there, so if we could figure out if it's feasible to put a rotary there and what engagement we need with the state, a rotary is always better to getting more cars through slower than a light which gets less cars through faster. So I'd rather see a rotary there and
So I think
solve some of the
the
issues.
new Citizen Traffic Advisory Committee was interested in looking at that intersection Highland Ave corridor, so that might be something they could incorporate into one of their studies. Yeah.
So we'll bring it back to, this is the board discussion, so David, go ahead.
Yeah, feel very strongly for the folks in Myrtle and Winthrop, but equally feel for the folks on South Border Road. So something along the lines what Mariano had said, which I think is a good idea, is maybe as a compromise would be a do not enter sign, residents only, and from a police enforcement, standpoint, the police could readily recognize, it doesn't mean, if it says residents only, it could be a Winchester resident. So you may not get the biggest bang for the buck by having it just say do not enter, but I certainly don't want to discount what the folks on South Border Road have gone through, continue to go through, and will go through more if we just put up the do not enter sign. So I'd be in favor of going along maybe with Mariano's concept was, but tweaking it maybe to just residents and maybe throw that out there for discussion.
Just to clarify, is that just a window 7 to 9 a.m. or would that be all day?
I think 7 to 9 residents only.
Yeah, I understand.
And we'd have to work on
And the reality is, so you're gonna have to have a police officer there, so I don't know how often that's gonna happen, but if we do send a police cruiser out there, and there is, some situation where he's pulling people over, to me, it's a Winchester resident, so it's gonna protect all the people on South Border Road. They will have the ability to go to their place of work or bring their kids to school, which they've been doing for many years.
Any further comments?
I was just going to say thank you for everyone that came. I think it's a tough one. We typically will take these traffic recommendations as a kind of a pilot, right? And evaluate what our decision is over a period of 6 months or a year, so we can see what works and what doesn't, and then circle back with the residents. Anecdotally, I know that cut through off of South Border down through Myrtle is treacherous. It's not just, it wasn't, that area wasn't designed to really absorb traffic off of South Border Road in the way that we have been seeing it in the past few years, particularly with Waze. I don't think, people come off very high speeds and kind of dart off on Myrtle, and it's very difficult. I would be in favor of seeing some sort of restriction there on the corner for a period of time. To Dave's point, the enforcement is difficult there. Unless we had a police officer there, the entire time, it would be tough. So Waze does make adjustments when we make a traffic change. So that may impact people that are just coming through from darting off. I mean, I know I'm always looking for the easiest path through all traffic myself, so I use Waze all the time. So I think, the school access is a big concern for me as well. Certainly, local residents should be able to get access to the school as easily as possible, but outside of some sort of identifying factor on their car, I mean, it would be difficult for anyone just to kind of know who the students are, and they change every year. That's always the problem. Some kids are coming into the school and some are coming out of the school, so it's different in each neighborhood. I don't know if there is a solution. I think speed is one of my biggest concerns there. If we were to be able to put some sort of speed bump there, that would be helpful. But I will say to the residents who are nodding their head, you may hate me in 6 or 8 months after that speed bump is there. We've typically put them in temporarily, and that is something that even if there is not a restriction of the traffic to go through that area, people who are commuters will avoid it, but oftentimes people will accelerate at higher rate of speeds after a speed bump, so it can be even more dangerous. So for people that are kind of white-knuckle driving and trying to get to the train on time or drop their kids off. So I think whatever we do, I think needs to be evaluated over a period of time. And the speed bumps, the temporary ones, are typically seasonal as well.
I'm beginning to hear perhaps consensus from the board that we ought to install a do not enter sign there, that it be marked 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., but that it also be marked resident access only. And I would point out to people that the sign's relatively cheap. If in 6 months the neighborhood thinks this was the dumbest idea that the board has ever endorsed, it's relatively cheap for us to take it down or to change the sign to put up something else. So they can do that. I would echo Mike's comments. We have tried speed bumps in a few neighborhoods. The problem is that you get thump, 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 thump all night. As well as all day, and it does not necessarily slow the traffic down. So I think if the other board members agree, we might put a motion on the table to try a do not enter 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. resident access only, and perhaps try it as a pilot, as Mike suggested, and see if it works. If it doesn't, we'll poll the community sort of later this year, and if the people feel that it's not been effective, we can look at other solutions. David?
Just one clarification on that. Would we be conferring with the police chief just to let him know that resident means...
I mean, I think he will nod and say thank you. I think the biggest effect that will have is on Waze and Google.
Right.
We will send out the information to them. They generally mark the streets that are in, their computers pay attention to the fact that it says, do not enter at such and such a time, so it will keep them going down South Border. Residents, we can, if you would really like, we can put somebody out there to check to see if you have a dump sticker or something, or things, but I suspect that we are so tight on our police budgets and police staffing that I don't think we can promise you we're going to do much, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week enforcement, so the sign would be...
I think Beth and I would probably coordinate with both the chief and Sergeant Batchelor. I think the test here would really be the start of school. So,
So I think we should inform the police that the residents of South Border Road will be considered local residents for the purpose of that sign. Right? So that if they do get pulled over,
They're residents, it says residents, resident access.
So are we talking Winchester residents or local residents of the neighborhood?
Well, it's a Winchester sign, so it has to, it's
That was the point that I made, initially, that can't they just be counted as residents? But, Mr. Chair, could we also consider adding to that motion that the committee and/or the town engineer consider, after getting feedback from the residents, possibly lowering the speed limit, given the topography and the sightlines?
Yeah, We certainly could. Posting.
consider it.
We can consider posting a 20-mile-an-hour sign will have very little impact on people's behavior.
Yeah, I mean, the
but we
speed
could take
limits
a look
are
at
already
it.
under 20 miles per hour, so I
All
think
I'm
it's
asking
probably
is to study that because it definitely helped on our
Yeah,
street.
we could certainly do that, certainly. Okay. Do we have a motion to, or a motion?
Yeah.
So the chair would take.
Yeah, I'll move that we instruct the engineering department and DPW to post a sign that says, "Do not enter from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., resident access only," at the intersection of South Border Road and the right-of-way towards Myrtle Terrace and Winthrop Street Extension, and instruct them to also look at what it would take to lower the speed limit to 20 miles an hour in that neighborhood.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nays? Ayes have it.
We'll also take a look at the street repairs as well.
Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you. And Mr. Tully, I know you can get up 5 minutes earlier and get there, so you're all set.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben.
It will reduce.
You want to do the... Just ask if anyone who's the interns will do the
Yeah, Ben, the Rotary.
Oh, you mean a right turn lane?
A left, so Highland
Well, there is a left.
South Border Road, a left turn.
Coming from north, there is
Oh,
a, yeah.
The problem is that you have to do landscaping.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Beth. Would you, I'm going to introduce the interns from Saint-Germain-en-Laye for 5 minutes, and then we'll move. So with the, if the residents of St. Thomas and others will give us 5 minutes, I'm going to ask, we have 3 interns from Saint-Germain-en-Laye and outside Paris who are working with us this summer, and we have, when Richard and I and others have been in Saint-Germain, one of our twin cities, we have been very graciously hosted and entertained and introduced to their city councils. It has been quite pleasant. So we offered this evening to come in and have their sponsors introduce them and welcome them to Winchester. So I don't know, Albert or Annette, who's the volunteer. So why don't you take seats briefly and welcome.
Sasha, everyone. Okay, so we actually have 5 interns here because...
A better year.
Well, what has happened, so let me just briefly say, I'm Annette Lanigan, I'm the president of Winchester Jumelage, and Winchester Jumelage has been in existence for 28 years now, and it was formed to promote international relationships between France and the United States at a community level. The community in this particular case being Winchester, and the community in France being Saint-Germain-en-Laye, which is a suburb of Paris, and it's also the birthplace of Louis XIV. So one of the many activities that we do during the year, during the summertime, is that we try to promote this international understanding among our young people. So in June, we had 3 interns from Winchester go to Saint-Germain, and they were hosted by families there, and they worked in different businesses in Saint-Germain. And likewise, in July, the Saint-Germain interns are here from Winchester, and they're hosted by families here. And they are also work in businesses for 3 weeks. So this is actually their 3rd week. So, given that background, I'm just going to go around and stand up and introduce them, their name, and who their host business, host family is. These are all university students or about to be university students, okay? And just say what you're studying, like to do.
They may do their introduction in English or in French, and Richard will translate.
Yes, English preferably, but you can say a few French words. So this is Eva.
So first, really nice to meet you. Thank you very much for welcoming us. So my name is Eva Popelin. I come from Saint-Germain-en-Laye because I study in Sciences Po Saint-Germain-en-Laye, which is a school of political science. And I'm an intern in Michael Bay's office, which is representative at the State House in Boston, Massachusetts.
Excellent.
So thank you very much for inviting us and welcoming us, and thank you for the organization to give us this amazing event.
Okay. You're very welcome, very welcome. So Anna is a Winchester.
I'm Anna Romanuk, a just graduate, and now I'm a rising sophomore in linguistics at the University of Kentucky. So I was in Saint-Germain in June, working as a translator at the Maison de l'Europe, which is a European Union auxiliary organization, working with similar youth programs to promote connections and international relations.
Good. Welcome. Thank you. Sir?
Hi, I'm Wendell. So, I work with Keystep to my account.
Okay, so I'll elaborate a little bit. This is Anne-Marie, and he's a shy young man. You know, it happens when you're young, right? Do you remember that? His host family is Mary Bezak, who's present and back in the corner there. And he is working with the young children at Kidstock.
Oh, nice.
You'll start are you already in a university, or will you start this coming year?
Next year.
Next year. Okay, this fall.
Good.
Okay.
Welcome. Thank you.
So, hi, I'm Clément Delponc from Saint-Germain-en-Laye too. I'm an intern in the bookings of Winchester, Winchester's library, for 3 weeks. And I'm spending 2 days at Bay State, which is the Albert Whitehead company. So thank you. And that's all. Thank you very much.
He's an engineering student, that's why he came to me.
And I'm an engineering student.
And Sasha?
Hi, I'm Saskia Gilmer. I went to Saint-Germain-en-Laye with Anna, and I worked in the City Hall there in communications, and I was staying with the Dumont family, which was really great. And yeah, thank you for this opportunity. It was really great.
Okay. Good. Well, thank you all very much. As I mentioned, many of us have visited Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Your town hall, the city hall, is really quite spectacular, much more elegant than this. The town itself is very pleasant, and all of your parents and your relatives there were very courteous and very kind to us. So we've enjoyed, I hope you enjoy visiting Winchester as much as we've enjoyed visiting Saint-Germain-en-Laye. So thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr.
Good
Chair,
night.
could we also thank the host families?
I believe, yes.
Yes.
You want to stand up and take a bow for
The
host
host
families?
families. We
All of
have
you?
Sasha's parents.
Thank you. Thank you all, appreciate it. And anything further? No?
I just wanted to say that the French consul here, Valerie Freeland, he's been, his tour of duty is over at the end of August, so we will have a new a French consulate starting, September or so.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Yes.
Good. Okay, so let us move on. We have a second traffic hearing this evening, and I will formally open that hearing. This one is to the proposed installation of stop signs at Aquinas Path and St. Thomas More Drive, at Socrates Way at St. Thomas More Drive, and St. Thomas More Drive at Aristotle Drive. So I know this one's been debated for some time. Beth, if you'd like to brief us.
So, like you said, we've gotten a few letters of concern from residents over the years about the speed and volume coming through this neighborhood, and some specific requests for stop signs. Those requests for a stop sign at St. Thomas More and Socrates Way, St. Thomas More and Wainwright Road, so that's actually like a three-way stop, St. Thomas More and Aquinas Path, and then also for St. Thomas More at Aristotle. So we did some traffic counts out there. Unfortunately, were able to do a few days. It was last.
This looks like
Oh, sorry. It was last December, so we were only able to do it for a few days.
All right, okay, I'm sorry. By law, we cannot close the door
Here, I'll
of the
open it
meeting.
here.
So you have permission to tell them to be quiet, though. Thank you. Or tell them to move it out.
We waited an hour and a half, so I just
Good,
kind of...
yeah. Good, thank you. No, that's a problem.
So, like I said, we did some traffic counts last year on St. Thomas More Drive near Aristotle. The speed limit out there is 30 miles per hour, so in general, the speeds were in that range, 30 to 32, that the 85th percentile speed that we saw. Overall, the traffic volumes were heavier from headed towards Aristotle Drive, so that's sort of like the Cambridge Street towards Aristotle. Let me just orient everybody. So this is St. Thomas More, this is Socrates, this is Aquinas Path, which is the new street that was just recently built out. This is Aristotle Drive. This is the ledges on the back here. If you follow this road down, you get to Cambridge Street. This is Johnson Road out here at the bottom. So the total weekday volumes overall, there were more cars headed towards Aristotle by about 70 cars on average than going towards Socrates. The morning volumes, they're fairly comparable, a little bit more going towards Aristotle than Socrates. And again, in the afternoons, fairly comparable, a little bit more going towards Aristotle. So what we've recommended at this point is just stop signs, one at the end of Aquinas Path, where it meets with St. Thomas More, one at the end of Socrates, where it meets, this is actually where it turns into Wainwright, headed here, it kind of splits here. St. Thomas More is this direction and Wainwright is this direction. So just one at the end of Socrates Way, and then one at the end of St. Thomas More. The Traffic Review Committee was not in favor of the three-way stop at this location. The MUTCD, which is the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, does not recommend the use of stop signs for speed control or traffic calming through this neighborhood. And I think I would agree this is probably not a great location for a three-way stop. But I would say that we should bring this in front of the new Citizen Traffic Committee to sort of study this neighborhood and see if there's ways that we can sort of implement traffic calming measures. The streets out here are very wide. There's really no sidewalks. So it feels like you can go very fast through these neighborhoods. So I think there's probably things we could do with pavement markings, that type of thing, to kind of really make it feel a little more narrow.
I'm sorry, Beth, you were saying one stop sign at Socrates, and then one at Aquinas?
One at Aquinas, and then one at St. Thomas More when you come out onto Aristotle. There's actually a lot of traffic that comes up Aristotle and goes into the ledges here, so.
I think if I recall, the north corner of Aristotle Drive and St. Thomas More, that corner, Beth, if you would point it out.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry, further down, right, a little bit up, right there, yeah, there's a fairly large wall there that makes, when the traffic is coming along Aristotle Drive, it's very difficult to see anybody coming and turning from St. Thomas More. That's the other comment that we've seen.
Right.
Okay. Other questions for the board, for Beth?
So you decided it wasn't necessary to have either 2 or 3 stop signs at Aristotle and St. Thomas More?
Yeah, so I think Really, it's, like Lance said, it's the sight lines here. So I think the stop sign at St. Thomas More, stopping people before turning out on Terrace-Stall Drive is sufficient.
Have we looked at painting, what do you call them, ghost lines? You know, like a...
The
like
fog
a,
lines.
Yeah, fog line.
Yeah,
Like
so,
like a bike lane, but maybe not wide enough to be a legal bike
Yep,
lane, but...
Yep. The other issue is that a lot of this neighborhood is a private road. So there's a couple, confounding factors in
Okay.
what the town would do in these neighborhoods.
Are there divider lines on any of these streets?
I don't think there are any yellow lines out there, no.
And the other issue is, and this is more of a longer term, but the radius on those curbs is just, it's made to go like 40 miles an hour, right?
These roads were
we could-
certainly designed in the, post-World War II fashion with
Yeah.
wide roads and big turning radiuses so
Yeah.
people can speed
If we could,
fairly easy.
if at some point in the future, if we have to repair that, or, although you say it's a private road,
Private
so,
road, yeah.
okay. If we could advise, if it has to be repaired in the future, to tighten those turning radius, that way cars don't feel like they can just take a
Absolutely.
turn at
Yep.
full speed.
Other comments? Otherwise, Mike, you have anything to say before I
There's
was
no
going to
issue
open
with
up
that
for public?
street.
Again, we're responding to the
Right.
concern that we received, which was specifically
Not that
for
one,
St.
right,
Thomas
okay.
More. Yeah.
I mean, I think with the stop signs as well, I mean, we can evaluate the traffic patterns if we were to put them in, over a period of time.
Sure.
As somebody that lives over on this side, I fly through here to cut through all the time, and the road lends itself to high speed, and there really is nothing to slow you down at all. And so I think if we did put stop signs, if that's what the neighbors were okay with, I don't think it would be an impact on anyone else negatively.
Yeah, so
you
I
know?
think the concern typically
Yeah.
in the traffic meeting, and I'm not a traffic engineer.
No,
Play one on your TV
Yeah.
tonight. Is that when you put in these stop signs where they're not maybe needed from a traffic volume perspective, that people get used to not having people at those other stop signs, so they kind of roll through without really, when you're going through there so often and nobody's at the other two locations, you roll through and you just don't really look. And that's the concern, is that over time, when there's not really enough volume, it does create sort of a hazard in that respect, but.
So this could be a first layer of
Sure.
improvements.
Yeah, and again, I think if this is something you wanted to have the Citizen Traffic Advisory Committee look at, it is, like I said, a private way, so there's that sort of complicating factor to all of it.
And one question we had was whether we're getting cut-through traffic that's coming southbound on Route 3 and using Wainwright and Sir Thomas More. Is there any evidence that?
Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely more traffic headed from the Cambridge Street side towards Aristotle, by about, almost 70 cars overall in the day. Is that just, that's the way people are going, or is that cut-through traffic? It's hard to really, nail that down.
That's something the advisory committee could look at with
Sure.
you. Yeah.
Beth, at any of those intersections, is there any sort of room for even a small kind of roundabout there? I mean, it seems like there's,
Yeah, it's certainly something that could be looked at,
Yeah.
Socrates, probably Aquinas. There's really not, there's very few houses on Aquinas, so I think it's probably less traffic coming out here. But, Socrates would be something you could look at.
I mean, that would be the only way to ensure that people were slowing down, going through that area.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know what the cost is of those, but.
But is that town-owned road there? or
It is not.
It's still private sector?
Yeah, and if it can be paired with like chicanes to,
Yeah, right.
to every once in a while, reduce the width of the street, but.
Okay. So let me, if there are no further questions for Beth, let me ask if there are people, residents, yes, please. Yeah, you're welcome to come forward, introduce yourself, and you've seen the drill, I'm afraid. Welcome. You can take either one.
My name is Anita Kumar. I live at 12 Aristotle, what looks like is homeless, across from St. Thomas More. I moved here in early 2016, and I moved from the streets of Philadelphia, so road rage is not foreign to me. And I have to say that the traffic here has been astounding, and I can say that since I moved in, there have been 8 families that have moved in with children, and we've had another baby, so there are several small children, and there's several elderly people that actually walk along these streets.
Oh, from
And
the
they're-
ledges.
From the ledges, so they're walking in the direction of the traffic, and it's terrifying. So we actually see 2 very significant traffic patterns. And one of them, which is, I think I can personally speak to, is just people speeding from Johnson Road straight to the ledges and back. And there's nothing to stop them. And unfortunately, these interventions wouldn't stop them. The other is people cutting from Whole Foods. I know because they tailgate me, and they come in here. I turn in to go to my driveway, this plot, and they continue to turn out and they leave. So they're cutting through. They're not residents. And these are the problems. And they're disrespectful of the law. They're disrespectful of the road. It's a wide road. They speed. There are cars that are parked, and there are so many small kids. I think most of us don't let our kids near the road, but there's so many elderly people that are just an accident waiting to happen. Also to note, this is a 4-way without a stop sign, and I think people have enough common sense usually, but I've almost been hit a couple of times or given the finger for stopping, just to be safe. And lastly, I think the question of the private way has come up, and I think most of us live on the private ways in this private road, so I don't know how that implicates, what the implications are for making some of these decisions.
Can I ask you a question? So, since you live right near there, I'm just kind of curious, would you suggest more than one stop sign at Aristotle and St. Thomas More, or no?
So the challenge is that I think a stop sign here makes a lot of sense because the people that are turning have to stop. I think one here could make sense because the people going straight would have to stop. If you put one here, it's literally in front of our driveway. So I don't want every person coming through stopping literally at my mailbox. So I don't know how you could.
It's not lined up, yeah.
It's not lined up, so it'd have to be at the 2 corners, but one here could potentially stop at least at this row. I know there's been accidents. I saw the paramedics here a few months ago, so I think, anything to stop the speeding there would be helpful.
Thank you.
Others? Yes, sir. We're here for the night.
That's all right. Hello, I'm Liam Clancy. I live on 9 St. Thomas More Drive, and I'm a little bit confused by the positioning of the stop signs. I think that all you're doing is making the speeding problem worse on St. Thomas More by, first of all, there's no traffic coming through here to speak of. Certainly there's traffic coming through here, but you're just essentially creating a straight line for somebody to zoom up the road with the knowledge that anybody coming out into this drive has to stop. It just doesn't make any sense that you put stops coming out of here. For us personally, my family, we live here, and this is a blind corner coming down a hill, and the speed of traffic going down there is insane. Nobody slows down, they just take that corner at an incredibly high rate of speed. And it's very worrying for us as parents because our front garden is quite big, and I just have this vision of a car losing control and hopping up into our front garden with our kids in the front garden. And frankly, Aquinas Path is a bit of a congregation point for a lot of kids in the neighborhood. We'll often find a lot of kids from the neighborhood in our front garden. And again, the problem just is at least in my mind, is made worse by the fact that you have people coming down here at high speed and the potential of something tragic happening in our front garden. But again, I'm confused as to what exactly these stop signs are going to do to allay any of the fears that we have, which is primarily reducing speed through our neighborhood. I think that was the reason why we did.
Where exactly will they be?
Exactly. So am I right in saying that you're proposing here, coming out of Aquinas?
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Right, so like I said, it's to clarify who has the right of way, right? So when you come out to Socrates right now, there's no stop sign to say that if somebody was to just go through there and, pull out of the traffic at St. Thomas More, it's not clear to somebody who's maybe not familiar with that area that they don't have the right of way.
But this here, St. Thomas More, is the problem.
Right, I understand. So, like I said, the federal guidance on traffic control does not recommend use of 3-way stops or 4-way stops as speed control, which is what the issue we're sort of wrestling with here, right? So there's
Why is
other
that?
ways
It seems like by definition, it would slow it down because they stop.
Right, but as I said, I think and again, I'm not a traffic engineer.
Yeah, I know. I'm just curious about
I think
this.
the thinking is that when you put in these 3-way stop signs, And there's not always somebody at those three-way stops. People get used to rolling through those stop signs, and it can cause more of a hazard over time when you go through there a million times a day and only one of those times there's actually a car there. And you kind of just get used
Let's hear some more from the neighbors too, so we can.
Can I just ask one additional question? I'm sorry, excuse me. So what does private roads mean in relation to what we can do versus what they can do?
It means, let's do one at a time, so I can, we need to record these things, so Beth.
What I will say is that
One moment, please, get you next. Beth.
the select board are the town's traffic commissioners. It has historically been the role of the select board, even on private ways, to regulate the installation of stop signs and that type of thing. That's, really a
Yeah,
legal-
the major definition from our point of view is that we can put up regulatory signs, but we generally do not have the right to spend money to reconfigure, to put in a traffic circle or to change the roadway configuration, because it's in fact, it's either owned by the developer of the properties or by the residents. I'm not sure which arrangement is the case here. But generally, developer owns this, so to change the structure of the streets, it'd be something that the residents would have to go to the developer of the property and do. We don't technically, I don't think legally have the right to do that. So we can put up regulatory signs, certainly, but we can't, for example, put in a rotary or do something like that, so. But we're open to other ideas. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Would you want to speak? If you would introduce yourself and your things.
Thank you. My name is Claudia Harper. I live at 8 St. Thomas More Drive, which is actually right across from Liam on that bend. So the blind spot that Liam was talking about, we're on the other side. We're here. I think that's us. I think that's us, right? So, did I have it wrong? Either way, 8 St. Thomas More Drive. So there's one thing, there's actually 4 things that I wanted to say in terms of the contributing factors of what's happening. And I think the predominant issue is safety. But before I go into that, I just want to also mention that the streets are owned, they're private because they're owned by the developer. They've been owned originally by Margaret Mahoney and were given to the developer. The problem we have right now is that the residents are pretty much in limbo because we don't own and we don't have anything to say about them really. And originally, when these stop sign recommendation was brought forward, was when we were told that the town couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the only solution that was available, based on the feedback provided, was to provide some stop signs where we would pay them and the developer would install them. But I'm not sure that the stop signs actually address the fundamental issue. So first of all, I think there's 4 things that are really important that are contributing to these issues. First, these streets, although we're saying that they're relatively wide, maybe they're wide compared to a lot of other streets in Winchester, they are, we share them with the drivers, and so we don't have any sidewalks. So basically, the pedestrians are walking in the streets, and there's basically a lot of traffic. Number 2, the traffic that was reported is 500 cars pretty much in one day. And as indicated earlier by Anita, there's 3 major sources of traffic. There's the Ledges, which uses Aristotle, and they will get out through Johnson by using Aristotle. There's also people coming from Lexington or northern Winchester using St. Thomas More Drive to go to the stores. And then there's the traffic from Woburn and Burlington avoiding the 2 stop signs, and stop lights, using Wainwright, St. Thomas More. So the traffic is intense, and because from Cambridge to here is 0.8 miles with no traffic measurings, so the speed is pretty high. Although the 85% mean that you reported was 30, maybe the speed limit in that area should not be 30 because there's no sidewalk, and then you've got high traffic, high speed. And as indicated, there is a safety issue. We walk here, and then I back up, and sometimes I'm basically on the verge of hitting other cars as I'm backing up of my driveway. And I think that's pretty much it.
So
But-
do you have suggestions? What would be yours?
Well, I mean, there's not alignment amongst ourselves. I agree that having a stop sign on Aquinas doesn't make sense. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is reduce speed, reduce traffic. Some suggestions were brought, one-ways, limiting entrance with specific timelines as suggested with the previous case. I don't know if that's a solution. Basically, preventing people using this as a cut-through, because it's basically being used as a cut-through throughout, from here, and especially the ledges. So if we can reduce that with unidirectional signs, limitation of entrance at specific times, or reducing the speed. I agree that the speed bumps don't make sense because it makes a lot of noise. We hear, it's as if we have a speed bump in front of our house because we hear, all the cars going by. But there is a problem. It is a safety issue. There's no doubt about it. We have close to 50 kids in the neighborhood in total, and you don't see them play outside. There's rarely any kids on a bicycle, and people that basically walk on the other people's property, and that's an exception. It's really rare, and it's a beautiful area, and I'm a big walker, and I don't walk, so.
Ms. Harper, would you say that more of the traffic is coming, from Route 3 through here, or coming from Johnson Road to Route 3, or is it both?
I think it's both. I think that she has the data to demonstrate that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying more of your impression, just anecdotally, what is more of the impact that you see living there,
I see it both ways.
Both ways,
Yeah,
okay.
I see it both ways. But I think, if you're thinking about a residential area with no sidewalks, 500 cars is a lot, and that's in December. So, thank you.
So again, I think the intention was for this proposal to be the very first step, and then for it to maybe go to that citizen committee to kind of do higher traffic engineer to do.
Did we talk about restricting access, to during certain times as well? I mean,
That's not something that TRC looked at, but certainly something that could be considered.
I mean, I think that probably makes sense, at least to do some signage there
I'm
to.
concerned that restricting access may cut down the volume coming through, but I believe that once they're on the road, it's not going to influence their speed.
Can I say something now?
Go ahead, would you introduce yourself?
My name's Lori Sichelski, and I live at 22 St. Thomas More, so my house is here, it's not on your map. I moved in a couple months ago, and this is a double yellow line. So, and it's a completely blind turn. So, in the couple of months I've lived here, which I moved from a busier part of Winchester so that I could not have to worry about this, so it's somewhat astounding to me that I moved to this beautiful neighborhood and the traffic is just as bad. But people literally, I've gotten almost hit. I've only lived in my house a couple of months. Almost every other week, someone has almost hit me. Pulling out of my driveway, my husband and I have resorted to putting our car on the street, and our neighbor has his kids park on the street just to try to slow down the people that are coming from this way. And so people speed down this way, and they speed down this way. And if you put a stop sign here, just like Liam was saying, and you don't put one coming down here, that means these people are just going to go zooming by because they're just going to think that there's no way that, at least here, people actually start to slow down because they see, there's a street here. If you put a stop sign here, you're actually going to make our problem 10 million times worse, and it's going to be dangerous. This is not a double yellow line. None of this is a double yellow line. This is where people are speeding from here and over here. So it makes zero sense to me to put a stop sign here and not here. Like if anything, I would put a stop sign with a painted, like a painted stop or whatever, so to slow those folks, and I would put something on Wainwright that says slow, because people literally come whipping down there, and it's a blind turn.
That's a hill.
And it's a hill, and it's very, it's got a lot of trees and everything, so people come by and they just zoom on by. And so multiple occasions I've almost been hit literally pulling out of my driveway, because this is my driveway. So I'm just trying to pull out of my driveway and boom, the person is right there. I mean, it's crazy. And then if no one's there, then they just keep speeding by past Liam's house and all this way, as if it's like, you know, a main 50-mile-an-hour road. So it seems to me there absolutely needs to be stop signs at the points of entry of where people are, the speed is beginning. As far as like restricting, you know, don't enter between this hour and that hour, you know, I don't have any idea whether those things help. I suppose it couldn't hurt, but at a minimum, you have to put some sort of, you know, stop sign along that road, or else we're just gonna get worse, because they're putting some new something next to where Toys R Us was. It's gonna be even more traffic over where Whole Foods is. More people are gonna learn that it's a cut through.
Like open season.
It's just, I don't want to be 10 years and it's like Washington Street. I just moved, so I didn't have to deal with that. And now I have this, you know, so it seems really irresponsible at this point to have developed this whole neighborhood, not put a single sidewalk and not a single stop sign, and pay the kind of taxes that we pay.
Can I ask the roadways there are owned by the developer, not by the town, so we don't have the ability to build sidewalks in there. Just wanted to be.
So I guess I don't, I mean, I part of my ignorance, but I don't understand how that works. So do we have to go to the builders?
It was laid out in the 1950s, and that was the world vision at that time, that suburban subdivisions didn't need sidewalks. I agree with you, it's a lousy design today, but that was happened.
But I mean, who owns it, right? Can I ask a follow-up question? So when you say the developer or who others have, do you guys actually have a contact point?
So one of the residents said Margaret Mahoney, the developer.
I remember, yeah.
Was the developer of this property.
Right.
And she, in most private streets, when the roads are completed, the homeowners own rights to the center line. In this case, Margaret retained the fee in the street. So if you look at the deeds for these people, it will say, if you go back to the original deed, that, you know, Margaret owns the road. Margaret owns the road. So when Margaret passed away and her estate was sold to, or was conveyed to the, I think it was. Well, there was an interim,
Not the archdiocese.
So however, it went from them and then it went to the developer who ultimately developed Aquinas Path and the remainder of lots out there. That fee in the street has now been transferred through that process. to
And who owns it now?
Speedwagon. I guess it's-
An entity established by Speedway.
Have you guys ever reached out to them about sidewalks?
Well, so the thing is that originally, the plan, again, Claudia Harper, the plan was for Speedwagon to hand over to the town. But the town will not accept the land unless Speedwagon paves the streets. Speedwagon does not want to pave the street because there's a financial investment. Therefore, the transition of this area will not go to the town. So there's basically, what's the word, when you're there's a limbo. Therefore, there's no immediate resolution or ability for us to do anything unless it gets transferred over to the town, or unless we create a private way. But for a size of a neighborhood of this, there's 50 houses here. It is not realistic for us to create an association simply from neighbors. Therefore, I think that this is the only situation in all of Winchester, and I believe in the history of Winchester, to have a developer own the rights to the streets. Therefore, I think that there is also another call to action for the town of Winchester to try and find a solution, because I understand what you're saying, we can't put a roundabout because it's belonging to the developer. But I can tell you, based on conversations that I've had, that the solution for them is just to sit on it because they don't want to have the financial investment. Sorry for taking.
Would this be something that the planning board might be able to assist if they reach out to the planner and perhaps get on the planning board agenda? Because I remember this did.
Worked with the planning board and
Yeah.
the town's attorney from.
Because I remember it came up,
yeah,
Aquinas Path came up before.
Many times with the developer. This is something that is absolutely on our radar, trying to
Okay.
get resolved.
Well, it seems to me that the stop sign is, there needs to be some.
Let me just wait, we need to hold the microphone because we're on the record thing, so, But we can keep going, I just want one at a time.
Hi, sorry, my name is Sylvie Barlos, and I feel like I'm both hijacking and listening to this. I live on Socrates Way, right at the corner that's at the edge of this map. Right here. And so I see there's no stop sign that's over here. But so, a number of things I want to say. Number here, I've been here about 20 years, and I really appreciate that my new neighbors are actually taking action and trying to do this, because we did talk to people a long time ago, and every time we're told it's a private way, there's nothing you can do. And I can confirm, it doesn't show here on this map, but on Socrates Way 2, it goes down, it's wide, and it turns, and cars are going really fast. And same as you, when I pull out of my driveway, I've gotten almost hit by people, even though they don't go very fast, because there's no stop, so they just stop and whatever. But mostly I see people speeding this way and this way. And I walk with my dog around the block, and I can agree with them. It's really scary to walk up here. I do it all the time, and it's really frightening. So I agree with them, you need to stop, if you're going to put a stop, you need to put it here too, and you need to put one here.
Thank you for coming.
Other comments, sir?
Hi, my name's Evan Mead, I live at 8 St. Thomas More as well, right here, right on this curve. Beth, I wanted to ask you, I know you did an initial study, did you look at sightlines on that corner?
No, again, I'm not a traffic engineer.
I understand,
so I
but...
think the recommendation is that there's a citizen traffic advisory committee, that a traffic engineer be hired. This is the way that the committee would go to study this area.
So we started this process 8, 9, 12 months ago, and we seem to be going back and forth. So I apologize if I'm covering old ground. The issue of private road had come up, and I was told that, well, we were told initially, and that's why we started this, that we did not have rights or the ability to put stop signs in. Because Speedwagon actually said if we pay for the signs, he will put the signs in. We approached, my wife approached, I believe, the town, the police department, the planning department, and told, no, you can't do that. So then to come here and be told, well, we can't do anything because it's a private way, or sorry, the council cannot do anything because it's a private way, and we as residents can't do anything because it's a, I don't know what it is other than a private way. I'm feeling a little confused. So if you could help me understand.
I want to clarify it, but the state gives us the role of traffic commissioners. Okay, so any regulation or changes to the road have to be approved by this board. So we can, I believe, and the town council will come back later and tell me whether I was absolutely right or absolutely wrong, but for things like putting down, stop signs and one-way signs and things like that, we can do that, okay? I don't know that we have the power to mandate the private owner of those roads to do it. But if he agreed to it, then we could certainly go ahead and figure out how to get that done.
So if we as residents of this community were to come to agreement with the owner, Speedwagon, to put in whatever traffic measures we wanted, be they stop signs, 20-mile-an-hour signs, local residents only, are we within our right to do that?
If you come back to this board and we approve them, yes.
Okay.
Because we're ultimately responsible, for better or for worse, for the traffic safety in the town.
Okay,
So
and this is what concerns me, because while I was almost hit here this afternoon coming home from work, so no issue with the stop sign there. There's no traffic here, so I don't believe that. And I agree with the conclusion, absolutely. There's a big wall here. I've almost gotten hit there by people flying out of the ledges. So, but that does not address why we are here, or why we started this process, which was speed and volume through here. Living right here, I slow down to get my mailbox and have almost been hit there a couple times. We have issues, Liam was talking about their nanny who was yelled at for walking on the road.
Okay.
because we have no sidewalks. And I don't feel we're addressing anything other than,
Okay, so let me start. I think I understand what you're saying. Speed, and some cut through.
and what I hear is we can't do anything,
Okay, so the step
that's my
forward
confusion.
is for us to figure out how to address the speed problem and all the complications. So there's two or three things, and this is more our problem than yours, is, we have our town engineer work 80 hours a week. She's brilliant, but as she said, she's not a traffic engineer. So in order to get solutions to this thing, we would probably have to go out and commission a study with a traffic engineer and have them bring back some proposals, and we can go ahead and do that. The only drawback to that is that our town budget is quite tight, so I'm not sure we could promise to do it instantaneously, but we could certainly look into the budgets with the town manager and see what we can do. The other thing we could do is get the traffic engineer in to look at doing some phased work, What's the first sort of thing you could do that was quick and dirty? It would be easier for us if it were not privately owned, but if we can work out an arrangement between the town and the developer owner and the community to figure out what to do with this, that's perfectly something we could look into do, and we could commit to doing that. So I think we have a nice knot here, and we can begin to look at ways to fix it. I think the speed change, we are looking at moving to a uniform 25 mile an hour, things like that. I will tell you that is not going to change people's behaviors on a nice wide open road like that. Even Mr. Betancourt, who's a law-abiding citizen, probably wouldn't go 25 miles an hour. The things that we have been told by the traffic engineers when we've looked at other locations in town is that the critical thing is to change the physical configuration of the road, either to narrow it down, to put out bump outs that force you to slow down. A mini rotary at that intersection of Socrates is one possibility, if there's the physical space there to do it. Federal Highway Administration has got a very large book on how to do those properly. That can be looked at. In that case, it costs a fair amount of money, and it's, again, on private property, so that would be something we'd have to work through to figure out how to make a physical change. Coming down the road, we could try stop signs on St. Thomas More, but I would back up what Beth is saying. If there's a high volume of traffic and people are aware that you really have to stop, they will do so. But if you just put out stop signs and it's not a lot of traffic through at different hours of the night, people just blow right through them. We've got a series of places around town where they do that. So you say, yeah, it's not effective to have no stop signs on St. Thomas More. True, having stop signs on the intersecting streets would be a very small step to making sure that when people come to the end of Socrates or come to the end of Aquinas or come to the end of the drive there, they stop and look. So it would present, it would be a very short piece of thing to do to improve safety. It won't touch the speed issue. That has to be, we have to figure out another solution for that. We've looked at speed bumps at other areas in town, other humps like that. They turn out to be probably worse than the problem. People skid off them in the winter. They produce a lot of noise when people go over them. And a lot of people on a hill like this, they're considered to be fairly dangerous. Flat roads, tables on an intersection are one thing, but speed humps on a big road like this where people rocket down to their things. So I'm guessing that what I'm hearing from the neighborhood is that if you don't want us to put up these signs, tell us tonight, we won't do it. If you want to put them up as a first small step, we'll do it. As I've said in the previous hearing, signs are expensive, but putting them up is a relatively cheap thing. We can do it. If they don't work, we can always take them down. But I think the next step would be to talk with Beth and the traffic group to see if we can find a way to begin to get somebody in here that will give you a much more comprehensive set of solutions, which are probably going to require some capital investment to change the shape of the road or change the width in the sidewalk. So it won't be something we can do instantly, but we could certainly move in that direction. Yeah, sir? Yeah.
May I suggest, neighbors here, I think we all agree that the one in the Aquinas path is not useful. I think, council, if we were to agree to the other two plus one at the end of the point, right?
Sure, which you like to, point it out to us, will be fine.
Right here.
Yes, and I understand.
What about that one?
May I clarify where the Aristotle one, is it one on St. Thomas More, or would there be one on Aristotle?
She said
No, it would be on St. Thomas More.
Would you guys like two on that one?
Yeah, I was like, that really stops the ledges one direction of speed.
No, it's on St. Thomas More going up the hill. Right, it's on, it's
Right.
on
Yeah,
up.
you put two in though.
I know, but the other, it's only on that corner. It's only on the right side, so it's only stopping people.
One direction.
To
Correct.
stop. Yeah, it's not stopping the
Correct.
channels, people.
It
And
gives
the problem-
Aristotle the
Oh,
right
sorry.
of way. It gives Aristotle the right of way.
Yeah.
It's clear that St. Thomas More stops at it's Aristotle.
Well, again, Yeah.
It would, so could you
Sure, yes.
recap again?
So if I could,
Yes.
please tell me if I misinterpret, but one would be coming up St. Thomas More here, one would be going down Aristotle on that corner.
Did we say that? Is there one on that?
Well, that was discussion.
Oh, that's what's being.
I'm trying to confirm.
Okay. I'm not objecting, I'm trying to understand, but I'm not objecting.
You live right there, so I'm trying to address your,
Right, so you're right, so if you put it right here, it doesn't obstruct their driveway and it stops this direction of the ledges traffic. I don't know how you stop this direction, that's a different problem.
So,
Which is a real problem because it's downhill.
so that would, I mean, what about a stop sign heading in the other direction in Aristotle Drive? So what about a
It's
three?
both of our driveways, there's two here.
No, I understand. So I'll tell you my concern with having two stop signs there is that somebody from St. Thomas More stops at the stop sign. They see that Aristotle has a stop sign heading that way, and they don't realize that there isn't one going the other way. So they expect the car coming down Aristotle Drive to also stop, they'll pull in, and now you have a collision right
only do
there.
that once.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are multiple.
It's enough different people coming through, right? Yeah, but that's my only concern with having two there. So there, in that intersection, I would see one or three. But two, to me, is a concern because it creates that point that somebody's expecting something that is not there, and it creates a possible collision.
The concern about your house is you guys could work with DPW as far as the location of the
Yeah.
stop sign is another option.
The other one is right
It's not
here.
a clear
There is one
intersection
right
there.
there.
where
There's
you're
actually
going
one
there.
coming right out of this. I really want to stop. But, so, if we were to leave this open to
If you're gonna make that a
working,
freeway stop, that you have a traffic engineer look at that before you make that a freeway stop.
Yeah, so I'm okay, I think that, having a three-way stop at Socrates and Wainwright where it ends, I mean, I'm concerned about that curve coming in on Wainwright, blind, and people just blowing through. So I think a three-way stop there is fine.
I would actually worry, again, I think, when you're coming down Wainwright, you're coming around a fairly blind curve. You got a queue backing up if you're
I'm sorry.
So you're on
You're
Wainwright.
coming along Wainwright there.
Well, he's talking about this intersection right now.
No, I will get
Yeah,
to
no,
that.
I know.
So, okay, so
So, make a three-way here.
I think the sense is perhaps a one-way at this point, a one-stop sign on St. Thomas More at this point, starting with that.
Could there be a crosswalk? Would that be possible, Beth?
I don't think that the board should design that type of scenario. I think it should really be done by a traffic.
And this is a temporary solution until we resolve the issue, and there's going to have to be some sort of contribution by the developer as well. I mean, historically, what happened is developers kind of bought their way out of these, by complying with our zoning code, and because it was too expensive, right? So, and I live on Amberwood, which is the same thing, it's the same issue. It's a private road, but it's not, doesn't meet our zoning code, so the town doesn't take care of it, so. What we do now with these stop signs isn't going to be the long-term solution, so we just have to figure out the next step beyond that. I think, to Beth's point, stop signs are never a solution for speed control, so, I think we need to figure out where the signs go and then figure out how we're
Understood.
going to.
I built on one of the earlier comments that, we talked about it with the earlier situation. Let's see how it works. And I agree it's not a final solution, but if we can get any of these cars to slow down,
Yeah.
Personally, it's a
I
win.
mean, unfortunately, the entire west side was kind of built like this, so it's, it's a problem in a lot of these neighborhoods, but this neighborhood being off Johnson.
I would just like to say that a crosswalk helps you see the stop sign. That's
Yeah,
the-
let me,
Yeah.
okay, so let me,
Right,
so let me intervene because the evening's wearing on. And it's real clear we don't have a perfect solution to this one. I guess the question to the neighborhood is, are you interested in having single stop signs put, as the TAC recommended, on Socrates Way heading into St. Thomas More? If not, Aquinas Path. If not, but at this point, I'm agreeing with Beth. I don't think we should be putting a stop sign at the end of Wainwright without having a traffic.
Totally disagree. Every single person.
I understand, but I don't.
We live there. It is a huge mistake.
I hear you.
Someone is going to die, and then it's really.
I hear you, but we have put stop signs in that have created worse problems than people thought they were going to stop. So I would like to work with Beth and the town manager to see if we can get a traffic engineer to give us a more cohesive look, and we'll see if we can do that quickly. And then I think the question is how we're going to deal with the speed issues. So I'm not hearing any consensus. I'm hearing consensus we shouldn't do anything until we get this done quickly.
Can I just ask, in terms of rationale, we've defined that the problem is traffic on St. Thomas More, from going Aristotle down St. Thomas More through Route 3, and the basic on the report that Beth, sorry, calling you by your first name, from Cambridge up St. Thomas More via Wainwright. All the current proposals right now, I think the key issue is the Wainwright area on St. Thomas More going up and down. Can you please explain why that should not be included in the proposal? Please.
All right, well, for one, I would like a traffic engineer to look at it to tell me whether, if you're coming from Aristotle Drive down St. Thomas More, heading toward Socrates, you have a long runway, and you're going to run pretty fast down that, and you're going to arrive at a stop sign at the bottom. And the tendency will be for drivers to blow through that sign, okay? They may stop if there's a queue there, but they're going to blow, they're coming along, they're coming down that hill, and they're going to blow through that sign, which creates a pretty sizable safety risk. Likewise, coming off of Wainwright, you're coming around that curve, it's pretty blind, right? I worry about a queue backed up. If you have people cutting through from Route 3, coming up the hill, right, coming down toward Socrates Way, they're coming across, you're going to wind up with a queue on that curve. You need to have a traffic engineer take a quick look and say, how many people are likely to build up in a queue at a stop sign there on an average peak hour period, and do you have people coming down that hill and sliding into the back of that queue and causing an accident? It may be that they'll say, it's not a problem, there's enough space, but I think we would like to have some assurance that we're not creating a problem by trying to solve a speeding problem.
So as you propose that this would be phase one, and you would wait and see what kind of effect there would be until the traffic engineer evaluation?
Well, I mean, what I'm hearing is that nobody wants the stop signs at Socrates.
No, we're just talking about that, yeah.
I don't believe
That's not the
correct.
case.
I believe
It's just Aquinas that's
people are fine with one at the end of Socrates and one at the end of Wainwright.
Yeah, but I'm not sure we're talking, they're not recommending putting one at the end of Wainwright
I
at
think
this
it would
point.
be really dangerous to make that a two-way stop, because again, like you said, people will be confused if you stop at Wainwright and other people coming in.
So what about a three-way?
We can make it a
Again,
three-way.
So it's
That-
1 and 3.
That is not a TAC recommendation, that's something the board could vote. I would recommend you have a traffic engineer look at that before that's a decision that's made.
My understanding though is that it may be a year, a substantial period of time.
We can see if we can find somebody to come in on a very quick and dirty and take a look at it and give us some advice as whether, they may say it's a completely stupid idea, or they may say it's an absolutely reasonable idea, but you have to make sure that, the sight lines are correct or not. So we'd be willing to take a try at it and see if we can get a quicker answer out of it, about a year away.
So we're saying we want three-way stops.
Both engines. Let's do that. Let's do that.
I know, let's do that. If it's interim and they're studying, then why not just give them what they live there?
Because-
Excuse me one second.
with all due respect, and also because there aren't sidewalks. Like, it's a different situation than the rest of Winchester, there's no sidewalks.
I understand, but putting in three-way stops in a situation is something I think we should get a professional engineer to give us a quick look at. You can create problems by doing that, and I just want to make sure we don't create a bigger problem. Because if there's an accident, people come back and say, you guys approved something that didn't work.
I mean, I
and
can
forget
use
this whole
on my
discussion.
professional services budget, try to get Tool under contract.
But-
A couple months, we could be back, a month, 2 months, we could be back here.
I guess my question is, Mr. Chairman, is the purpose of the engineer to determine the best location for because I'm inclined to go for the 3 and the 3. And, because these people, they live it, and they're there, and they're seeing all of the effects. So is it the purpose of the engineer to determine the location of the 3 stop signs, or whether or not to have it? Because I'd be inclined to engage a consultant to figure out the best place to put it, but, I mean, I'm good to go for the 3 and the 3.
My view is 3-way at Socrates and Wainwright. To me, that is definitely an issue. The other one, either 3 or 1, not 2, so, I think
it's either 1 or 3.
Either one would help, but.
I'm good for the 3 and the 3.
So, I guess I'll turn to Beth and see, can we get Tool or somebody out to take a quick look? I think the question is, where is it best to put them, and is 3 a safe configuration in either one of those sites? And we can ask them, give us a quick
I
opinion.
have money in my professional service budget, I don't think we can do it in a matter of weeks, but, within a month or a month and a half.
See, if we're going to get a traffic engineer, though, I'd rather them evaluate the speed issue and deal with that rather than.
Right, so that's a much bigger kind of corridor
So-
study project, which
right.
is beyond what I can do.
Sorry,
Right, I know it's beyond
just
what-
one thing so that you all are clear, there are 2 driveways here. So my neighbor's driveway and my driveway. So coming this way, I actually don't know exactly where you physically put a stop sign. So it's similar to what she was saying. So this way it's going to be hard to put a stop sign because of the driveways. This way is easier because you could put a stop sign, as you're coming down here, right? And there's a power box here, so there's no driveway. Their driveway's here and my driveway's here. So putting a stop sign here and here really would, I think, solve a lot of the issue.
Except that it would be really dangerous for people on
Going
St.
through.
Thomas More who didn't have a stop sign and people coming down to Wainwright thinking that they would have a stop sign and potentially taking a left turn in front of those people.
Yeah, I think this is where.
going to be on the right side?
Yeah, it's going to be on the right side.
Yeah, but the person across the street has a U.
It wouldn't be on your side, it would be on the other side.
No, but I'm saying the person that lives, this person here, their driveway goes like this. It's
No, but it doesn't, Hi, Brian Kilpatrick, I live at 7th Lines. So this is, you're right.
Yeah.
He has a driveway, he has like a roundabout that goes like this. and
Yeah.
This is not as sharp of a turn either, so I live here. It kind of goes this way, and some trees and stuff here. So it might be a little blocked out, but that's where the sign would go.
Again, it's really hard to make these kind of judgments from a GIS plan like this.
Sure,
Which is why I think that.
Right, but your suggestion was worse because you were going to make the problem only one stop sign.
Again,
That was
with all due
going to.
respect, it was just the first step, and my recommendation was to have a traffic engineer get out there to evaluate this.
This also flattens out by Laura's house too, so it's not coming like around the line curve, right? So it doesn't- I understand what you're saying.
You get a cube.
No, totally get it, but it's not as like.
These
coming around the corner and stuff.
are kind of issues that traffic engineers deal with all the time. There are standards for safe distances and safe queue build. Somebody can look it up and do a fairly quick analysis, and we can get some sense of where the stop signs would be useful, and I think we could try to commit to doing that. The longer question of how you deal with the speed out there is going to be, because putting stop signs at either end is not going to cut down the speed in the middle, is the unfortunate problem. They're going to rocket through that area because of the shape and size of the road.
Why can't we have speed limits? Like, wouldn't that alleviate some of the problems? I understand everything you're saying about the stop sign, but the limits, don't they do anything at all?
No.
Especially with no sidewalks.
It's the tough part about it,
But right now, there's no sign, there hasn't been any sign, so people have no idea what the speed limit should be. So they can be as fast as they want, and I feel like if you had the speed limit, you would at least tell people.
So the Mass General Law, de facto speed limit on any road that's not posted is 30 miles an hour. That's
Yeah, we don't, you know.
So in the interim, can we put the stop signs up while you hire whomever you're gonna hire to do the
May I ask,
traffic study?
what's the interim period, just so we know what we're talking about?
Yeah.
What's, because I think so if I can, my name's Emil Nueser. I'm very happy to say I'm a resident here at 3 Aquinas, and I support strongly the idea that this is, from my backyard, it's a bowl. The whole neighborhood is a bowl. So it's every way you come into this neighborhood is a steep downhill. And it's not only that these curves make it pretty much so it's a steep downhill, and you're descending around a curve, so the driver really can't see where they're going. And I come down this way, because we go to Whole Foods all the time, and I constantly find myself thinking, slow the hell down, because I live there and I'm trying to slow down. So I think these are very bad intersections. My question is, one, if we do something in the interim, what is the interim period? Just to get just a ballpark so we understand. And two, if you were to put 2-3 ways, is that really worse than nothing during that interim? Because it's not going to make it worse.
Yes,
So those are my two questions. Thank you.
So, if we authorize a bunch of 3-ways up there and they cause an accident, we're going to be in the hook for doing it. I would, in the interim, I don't know, we can get a good answer within a month perhaps?
September.
Field view of it.
Well, your next meeting a month away is August 20th, but I think to be fair to Beth and the consultant, you're probably talking September sometime.
Yeah, so we could get an answer back at that point, and if the traffic engineer says, do it, then we won't. I understand that people are passionate, everybody has an idea about how to do these, but I would keep in mind that there's, been people studying traffic accidents and how they occur for 100 years now, and there's an awful lot of literature there on ideas that seem really clever and really good, and I could just go out and do them in the morning, and they turn out to cause more problems than you wish. And I don't think I want to turn around and find out in mid-September that we've caused somebody in the group here that got a crash and an accident and get hurt. So if you wouldn't mind our taking a stab at it, bringing it back in early September, we'll do that. I hear the message real clearly that speed is a big problem. The traffic signs may or may not solve part of that. If the traffic engineer says they can be put up there within reason and they'll have obviously some positive effect, we'll go ahead and do that. If the traffic engineer says, nope, or it only works in one area, then we can look into basically tackling the next question, which is, what do you do? And I think I have a lot of volunteers in the room to sort out the question of how we work between the developer who owns it and the neighborhood and the town to do it.
I just want to ask, I guess the big issue for us as residents in this neighborhood, now most of us are new, there's been this explosion of irrational little people now that live in this neighborhood that don't necessarily abide by what we say is safe and what's not safe. I'm terrified of one of my kids, my little boy, 5 years old, chasing after his dog, runs out into the middle of St. Thomas More when a car was going down there at breakneck speeds. I believe the people who bought the house that's under construction across the way have a very small child. The people next door to them have very small children. It is absolutely going to result in something very, very bad if we don't do something to slow down the traffic through St. Thomas More. Can I just ask one question? I haven't run this by any of my neighbours. Aquinas Path, is that recognised by the town as a throughway? Could that be? Could a dead end be created there? It was always a dead end before these houses were built as a safe haven for children to have a road to be on in the neighbourhood. If that road was blocked off,
It was always laid out, even though it wasn't.
Yeah, I've seen it on the maps.
It was always laid out as a through street, so it's always been a through road.
Would we be allowed as neighbours on a private road to put 3 big boulders at the end of Aquinas?
In other areas, we typically not allow that for public safety reasons, because there's no way to get a fire truck in there to turn around, on a dead end, you have a cul-de-sac typically.
Well, Neil's garden.
We've given permits for block parties to block off for periods of time. We could certainly do that. I don't know that a permanent solution is best. So the police and the fire chiefs come to us and say, thank you very much, but the first time there's a fire, we can't get there, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, would the specific scope for the consultant to be, so we give us specific scope to examine the pros and cons of either no stop sign, a 1, or the 2 3s? I mean, what will be the charge?
Okay, so I would suggest that the charge we ask the very short-term assessment is to look at all the proposals that have been had tonight, whether we put 3 in all possible, how many stop signs can you put in each one of those circles, and which combination would work?
Aristotle and St.
Right,
Thomas,
right.
and Socrates and St. Thomas, right?
Right, the two,
Aquinas is sort of off the
Aquinas
table.
off the
Right,
table.
get rid of
So
Aquinas.
yes, so the question is 3, 2, 1, or none at Socrates and at Aristotle Drive, would that make sense?
the pros and cons.
And could we also add to that list respectfully, because there's no sidewalks and because there's a curve, there is a curve in St. Thomas More, and from what I know from my own experience in my neighborhood, that if you can document that curve and the angle with an engineer, the town has, in some instances, lowered the speed limit to 20, and as I've said with the last hearing, that definitely helped our road.
I was selling my property for a sidewalk. I own that.
And that, maybe you guys could start talking to the developer.
So we will, to Mr.
And the town
Rico's,
planner.
Mr. Rico's question, we will ask that, I don't know, it's Kate or somebody from Tool to come in and take a look at the stop signs issue first. I think she will probably want to walk through or drive the area, things like that. I think maybe we'll ask her informally to get a tick list of ideas that she might have that we should evaluate for dealing with the speed issue at the time. We can come back.
Including speed limit, respectfully. Including speed limit, because there's a
We
curve.
can put up a
Yeah.
speed limit, we're in process of
Well,
doing
just for her
that.
to-
We're in process of doing that townwide. I will promise you that putting up a speed sign will have no practical effect whatsoever. I mean, it's a feel-good measure. It will not have an effect on a road of this size and this scale, so we'll look at it, though. We've looked at this a lot. Yes, ma'am?
We have
Or is there-
that
Yes, I'm
Concha
sorry.
has not commented yet.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Gina Alteros. I live right here on Plato Terrace. And so far, yeah, I do agree. I have a dog and I have 2 kids, so this is very scary right here. I'm in total agreement with something here. But if we do have a 3-way and a 3-way here, my only concern, of course, for me living right here, but also for the people of Aquinas Path, if we don't have anything here, is that Waze is going to direct people this way. So it's just,
I think it has to be in the context also, if there's a condo going in at the end of Wayne Right too, so this neighborhood is changing too, so I think it has to be, you have to consider all of that.
Okay, well, let me suggest we do what David suggested. The first quick and dirty look is, do 3-way stop signs at the 2 ends make sense, and can they put in safely? And then we'll ask her for some general suggestions about how we might go and look at the area and what kind of things we ought to look at. We can come back in early September and take a look at that list and see if we have a consensus in the neighborhood, and begin to think about how you might go through and do that.
I think too, we should get a quote from Tool, so we have the
From a
parameters
larger
of what
piece,
it's
yeah.
going to cost for us to do a larger study of how to resolve the problems in the neighborhood. Because I think at a certain point, we're gonna run up against money, and that's gonna be the issue. We can do we have some discretion to use some money to do this smaller evaluation of where to put the stop signs, but beyond that, it gets very expensive, and we're just not gonna have it, so.
Put a police officer there and get some speeding tickets.
Yeah. Well, it's, this is all over the west side. It's a lot of.
It's all over every place.
All over every place in town. So, we're dealing with a lot of different traffic issues. So I just want to let you know that it's going to come to cost at a certain point for us to find some sort of traffic solution from a traffic engineer. We'll have to evaluate that, and we have to have Speedwagon be involved in the conversation as well, because I think that there was probably some money made, in this area here, and I think
By
that
not having the sidewalks.
and there
yeah.
wasn't a consideration for the traffic flow and the safety of, you're building large homes. I mean, there's going to be kids, and there's going to be families, there's going to be traffic. So I think that is part of what we've got in front of us. So
Just one last thing on the scope, locations analysis on if there's going to be the 3-way or 1 stop sign, where would they be put on at the intersections?
Last call?
Yes, just in terms of question to refine your scope and the financial limitations, will evaluating, let's say, for example, the direction, limitation and direction, as well as speed, as well as sidewalks will be included, or is that an additional cost that we won't be able to get access? Because the original idea with the stop sign was the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, I think that's phase one, and then phase two is going to be a larger cost, right? That, I don't,
Right. Just wondering for this one.
yes.
For this, yeah, so
Just to
two pieces, right? The first one, very quick and dirty, relatively by September, would be to look at whether the question of the stop signs does it make sense to put three-way stop signs at either end of this road? And if so, how should they be located at the stop signs? The second question of how do you deal with the speed? How do you deal with the redistribution of traffic flows through the neighborhood? That would be a second phase. I don't think we have the money in the budget instantly to do that. I would come back and let's get the traffic engineer's report in end of August, early September, and we'll continue the hearing then and see what she says, or he says, and figure out what the next step is, because doing that could be a fairly significant effort.
Or just ask them, just in general, how they would approach it, because
Yes,
in
yeah.
our instance, all they did was measure the angle.
Yeah,
And then
so-
that justified because of the diminishment
I
of the
think-
sightline
I
to have
think,
the
I
lower
think in this
speed.
case, you have a more complex problem, because you've got cut-through traffic, you have people, you have several paths you could go through it, the traffic will move around. So it's not as easy as I think Edward was, which is just a sightline issue. This is traffic goes like water, it'll flow the least things, and Waze will tell you, go 3 different ways, and I think we put a stop sign one place will get a different effect, so I think we want to bite the bullet and do it correctly.
So as a private way, could we put like the previous place, residents only?
I don't believe,
Since it's a private way.
I don't believe, it's a publicly traveled right of way unless you restricted it.
It is private.
Again, the history in town on other streets is that has not been allowed. That's really
I mean, close it off, I mean, you could gate it off, but I don't think that's gonna, I'd have to talk to the lawyers, I think it would be very difficult.
I wanted to have police and fire access.
I think that would be quite difficult, but you know. if
So
you-
it's not a firm no.
Lawyers will tell you almost anything is possible, but I don't think that's gonna be a particularly good solution, but you could look at it. You could.
Just something to be aware of, the residents don't have any authority over the ways either. It's the developer,
Developer, yeah.
owns the ways.
But I know that the developer wants to give it.
That is a discussion that has to be had in the long run yet.
Maintenance of the road and
It's private owners or the developer,
so a sinkhole occurs.
the developer.
So at some point it probably becomes yours again.
The way it works,
The town has to resolve this.
If it was a major safety issue, like a sinkhole, then
Right.
obviously we would intervene. But as far as regular maintenance,
Yeah, so
it's not something that.
we've had an example on Myopia Hill Road.
Right,
coming down
exactly,
Route
when the
3,
wall fell.
Where it
Yeah.
developed huge sinkholes, the neighbors couldn't finish it. The town can step in and fix it, but your reward is that we push the cost back onto the tax base, back onto the tax rates for the individual properties.
Right assessment, yeah.
So that was threat enough for them to go out and fix it themselves, so that was good. But you don't really want to go there.
In town, that there wasn't some foresight into this as being.
Right, like, for example, should have required the developer to have sidewalks.
The town planner and I have been involved with the development, the build out of Minus Cap. This is an issue that we constantly raise and have tried to resolve to no avail at this point. It is not something that we have ignored
Right.
or tried to push aside. Whatever happened in the 50s and 60s when Margaret Mahoney held back the FEMA streets, I can't say how that happens. But since we have become aware of this as an issue, we have worked with the planning board, town council, town manager to work with the developer to try to resolve this to no avail at this point. So.
I think what would be helpful too is moving forward, if there is somebody that's more of a point person for the neighborhood, so our, conversations can just move forward more expeditiously. I know Ms. Harper has
Mrs. Harper's volunteered, yes.
been doing that. And just so when we speak with the developer as well, the developer doesn't walk into in a group of 30 people that don't, have a unified idea out of it, because we will need some buy-in from Speedwagon as well, I think.
Closing point is, we are well aware of these kinds of problems. I think as you saw, if some of you sat around through the earlier meeting, we are seeing, with the economy up, people working, people shopping, people dropping their kids at school, no matter whether it's sunny or rainy. We have a huge volume of traffic moving through town, and we got a lot of these problems. A good recession will take care of that. I don't think we want that problem again, okay? What we've done in response is we've tackled the problem of setting up a traffic management program. We've set up a citizen advisory committee to help us sort through these things. They are looking at all these areas. This area was identified as one of the critical pieces. I would encourage you to work with Beth and talk with them about it too. We have a huge problem of sorting out all of the traffic issues across town. We don't have nearly enough money, nearly enough manpower, womanpower in the department to solve them all at once. So any help we can get in finding good solutions and beginning to work through these. This one's particularly complicated because of the legal ownership. We don't own the private property. And that's the things that, but anyway, so I'm going to, I think I will close this hearing, and then when we get the report back, we'll post another hearing for the September date. I think we'll try to get it back for an early September period. So the useful thing about this is there are a lot of good ideas coming out of this, and I know people are enthusiastic about solving it, so at some point we'll work the perfect solution that'll come up in front of us and we'll get it done. At any rate, I thank you all very much, and we'll move ahead. And if there were one or two volunteers, I think we already have Mrs. Harper's contact information, but
Thank you for coming.
we'll get back in touch with people through you or through, you want to volunteer someone else?
I have skin in this as well, so I will provide. Do I need to provide some?
Thank you, Beth.
So you have my name.
Nice job.
And the petition?
But perhaps Claudia would.
So what I can do is I can forward.
What do we have next?
Contact through my.
Yeah, I'll continue to be the point person for you guys. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for you, Mike.
Yes. Yeah, I know, you gotta watch out.
So I'll basically send an email, so you
Yep.
have Neil's.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, thanks for coming. Thank you.
Make me sound like you were there.
Thank you, Beth.
Thanks, Beth.
Okay. Okay, well, so we've got an early start on the night.
We only have about 3 hours to go.
Yeah, so we can move some of these. We have a series of committee.
She wants to know if you really want to come back.
Tell her no. I guess I don't want to piss her off miserably.
Well, and we have a lot to go.
We have a number of these appointments. I don't believe anybody is going to show up tonight at this hour to be interviewed for them, but let's go through and decide which ones we want to, some of them reappointments, some of them we may want to interview people at the next meeting. So the first one, there's 2 positions open on the Cultural Council. We have one, Jian Lu is asking for reappointment, and Ming Di Zhang, whose resume is in your pile, is asking for a new appointment to those. So I don't believe there's anybody competing for those slots, so if the board pleases, we could go ahead and move to accept those 2.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move that we reappoint Jan Liu, PhD, to a new term to expire July 31st, 2021, and that we make, let's do them separate.
Okay, so do we have a second? Second. Any further comments? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Dr.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Ming Di Singh for a new term to expire July 31st, 2021 to the Cultural Council.
Second. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. We have a ZBA appointment, and I am inclined to want to ask if we could interview that person, and you had a question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question that I'm not sure whether or not, so just for you guys, your information in case you weren't otherwise aware, apparently this is for a full position. I'm not exactly sure what the terminology is, but we have 2 alternates, I think is the terminology. Is that the right terminology? And it's not clear to me that they were aware that they could apply for this position. And I'm just kind of concerned about the overall kind of kind of protocol and kind of, I think typically you'd want to encourage those who have already dedicated some time to the effort to make sure that they're aware that they could, have the opportunity to be considered to move to the other spot.
I think that they were aware of it.
I'm not sure about that,
Yeah.
one in particular, yeah. So, in any event, and we only have one person, so I was just going to suggest that...
Let me suggest that
yeah.
Jen call the two people who are
Exactly.
alternates and ask them if they're at all interested. If they say no, then, or Patty could call them. If they say no, that'll simplify it. If they say yes,
Right.
I am,
And
then I
then-
don't know whether we have to repost.
Right, and then just as a point of information anyway, even if those two are not interested, which I'm not sure is the case, but even if that was the case, I'm just kind of curious what the experience on the board, would you typically, for something like this, where sometimes it takes years before there's an opening, particularly for a full position, if we, just as a matter of course, would typically want to repost to make sure that we have more than one candidate. I'm just not sure what the practice is here
Yeah, I'm
for this position.
curious
It's obviously a
too.
really important position.
It seemed like we had, when there was an opening a while back, we had a series of candidates and interviews. So I don't know, like, how is it that this person, Eric Nelson, has come to this?
Well, we posted it again.
Right.
It's the new
So we just got one?
That was the only
We
one.
just got the one.
We had sort of like a series where, for years, there were no openings, I mean, literally years. And then we had like sort of 3 openings all at once, and then also at summer. So we're so obviously happy and pleased that we have the one candidate. I'm just not sure what the practice of the board is, whether or not we've ever had that situation, and whether or not, if these other 2 candidates are not interested, which again, I'm not sure is the case, whether or not, just as a matter of course, fall coming up, people coming back into town, whether or not that's a good practice to repost it anyway, and hope that this candidate also definitely, will continue to be interested. So I'm just asking.
I don't believe there's any practice that I'm aware of other than to replace people as
I
we
do know
have
for
spaces.
years there were no openings, I mean, literally years.
I don't know.
We were lucky.
Yeah, we were lucky, yeah.
And I think part of that is that we probably need to do a good job of kind of bringing new people in and cycling people off, because I think sitting on the ZBA for too long.
I don't disagree with that either, yeah.
So I
And
think-
also just making
yeah.
sure that some of the other committees, like design review or planning, like know when there's an opening on the ZBA, for
So let
sure.
me suggest we do 2 steps. One would be to ask Patty or somebody to call the 2 alternates and confirm that they are or are not interested in the position. So if they are not interested, then we can come back to the question of, do we want to view Mr. Nelson, or do we want to go out and...
I'd like to interview him.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, the minimum, I think we
Yeah,
got to have
yeah.
a person in, yes.
So just a point of interest on that situation, the gentleman was here at the last meeting, but when we realized that we had a zoning board of appeals meeting also going on downstairs, he was told to go downstairs because we did not realize he was here for the interview.
Oh.
So he was here.
We probably learned a lot when we
And he
were
still
there.
wants to be appointed.
Yes, and he still came back saying he wanted, at the end of the meeting, he came up to them, approached
Okay.
them and said, what about my appointment?
Thank you for filling us in on that.
So,
And I think that this, this was, Jen did advertise this one well, and there were, there was some initial interest from other people who decided not to apply, but we just get into the problem that we got into last time, where if then we've got to repost, so we're pushing off, a decision on a very
So
busy ZBA.
let's bite this in two steps. Let's call the alternates, ask them if they're interested. If they say no, then we'll bring Mr. Nelson in and interview him. And we don't have to say yes, we don't have to say no at that meeting if we don't want to. If we decide for some reason we're not interested in his credentials, we can then decide whether we want to repost. Or if both of the alternates say they're interested, we would have to repost, correct?
Shouldn't wait and we'll repost? Is that what the board's preference is? If they're interested, to do the technical reposting? If the alternates are interested?
We have 3 alternates.
Two.
2 alternates, I think. 3 members, 2 alternates. So we can call them tomorrow and find out.
Okay.
Interested, not interested. If If not, we can go ahead and then do a,
Can we call them even though it's not open?
sure. We can just
So
ask
there's
them,
no
were they
posting?
at all interested?
Board's preference is to make sure that they were aware.
Right, it just seems like good management.
And they expressed that interest, and, well, the point I'm just making, I think, is the obvious point, right? We just wouldn't want to wait another 2 weeks and then come back and tell you they're interested.
Yeah.
We would just go ahead and repost it.
Yeah, if they're interested, we should go ahead and repost.
If that's what the
Yeah,
board's...
it's fine. Yep. We'll just do it. Call them and then we'll do-
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay, field management, there's one open position. Patrick Gill is the incumbent, he's asking to be reappointed. Michael Beauvais is the applicant. We did not have a chance to interview him. Is there a preference to reappoint Mr. Gill?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move that we reappoint Mr. Gill to the Field Management Committee for a new term to expire July 31st, 2020.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, ayes have it, okay. Town Common, Mrs. Welch.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'll just say that there's been some degree of progress with it, because the design review committee walked the site and they had some feedback, but there's also a meeting on August 9th, and so what I was going to suggest is that we talk more about it in August, but in the meantime, we had talked about kind of changing the working group into like a town manager advisory committee, I think if that's the right terminology, and kind of to template the current sort of categories of membership for that new entity, but we could certainly talk about that further in August, just in the interest of time. There's no kind of urgency about that.
Okay, so I should continue this into the next
Yeah,
meeting or the...
that's a good idea. Thank you.
The working group will continue. to-
Exactly, there's a meeting August 9th, yeah.
You want to, so I idiot-proof this and list it August 6th, August 20, any preferences to want it back?
Let's put it this way, if we're going to have a really full agenda August 6th, then it could wait till the 20th, because then we could talk more concretely about what the design is. And then,
All right.
but if we have a thin agenda, which
I'll put it
seems
back and
so
I'll fill it
rich,
up, right, yeah.
that's not typically the case, but yeah, thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. Liquor licenses, there's a draft in your, that table of materials, it's labeled an act relative to, so I think Mariano has been working on this with town council.
Yeah, so this would be to bring to fall town meeting. The purpose is, the first one is to lower the minimum number of seats required for a restaurant to have an all-alcohol liquor license. Right now, some of our liquor licenses require 70 seats minimum, others require 100. As a placeholder, we have 20, but it could be something else. The issue is even 70 is a very large number for the commercial space that we have in town. So we're not able to have restaurants that fit into some of the commercial space that we have in town. It's very hard for a family-owned type restaurant to open such a large, expensive restaurant. And that's shown by the fact that half of the all-alcohol liquor licenses in town are unused right now. So that's the idea of the first part. So that would be the first several sections, and then the next article would be to allow a number, and again, it's X, we have to think about what the number is of, so right now, all of our liquor licenses require you to have a restaurant license, a victualer's license. So the last one would be for somebody to be able to apply to the ABCC for on-premises all liquor license without having a restaurant license as well. We had to decide how many of those we would want. For example, one example would be Right Log Farm, which applies for a lot of one-day liquor licenses. Every year they get up to the limit, which is 30. If they would, they might be interested in having a liquor license without having to have a restaurant license. So that's part of that. This board needs to think about how many of those would we want in town. That's separate from club licenses. That's a completely different thing, like, Sons of Italy or Elks or something like that, or VFW. Those are different.
Could that be
licenses.
a nonprofit or not-for-profit category?
It could be a not-for-profit, but if it's, to be a club license, it has to be private and
No,
not
but like for
public
Right Log
license.
Farm, I'm just concerned, would this turn into just a liquor store?
No, liquor
What's the
store, it's
difference?
only on premises.
On premises?
Yeah, on-premise consumption.
Okay.
And is that, we can talk about this further, but obviously, we're all pro White Log Farm, so I don't mean this in any way negative, I'm just asking a question. So at what point is it almost like a club? Like, I know it's a nonprofit, just like a lot of clubs are. Like if they had their own liquor license, sort of an interesting hybrid. Do you know if they are interested in that?
I don't know, I haven't, so I wanted to bring it to the board first
Okay.
before reaching
Can I ask you
out.
another question? Other than that example, would there be another example on the commercial side that you were thinking about?
The only other example I could think of was the Griffin Museum, but I don't know if they would be
Okay, you're not
interested.
thinking about a for-profit, just bar?
I've looked at who applies for one-day licenses, and that's, it's White Log Farm and the Griffin Museum are the ones who apply the most. So that's what I thought they would be interested in.
But the definition would be a victualler license that doesn't have to
It would not
serve-
be a victual, but it would not be a restaurant license.
Drinking on the premise.
It would just be a general, what's it called? A general on-premise license for the sale of alcoholic beverages, yeah.
Right.
On-premise consumption, yeah.
Right, so, it could be a bar without a restaurant.
Yeah, could be, yes.
Right, so, because, the reason why I'm asking is because the examples you gave, which are great examples, were both nonprofit, so that's why I was curious.
And again, I don't know if it would be
That's why I was curious if you
nonprofit or
were, yeah, if
not-for-profit.
it wouldn't be restricted to nonprofit by that category.
Well, we could restrict it.
We could restrict who we give the license to. And so it wouldn't be that automatically anybody would, so we would still have to issue the license, right?
Like the Jenks,
Sure. But yeah, we would still be the licensing authority for those licenses.
So if somebody came in with a for-profit concept of just a bar, that'd be something that, in theory, we'd need to look at that.
We could look
Request.
at it.
I
We would have to approve it, sure.
I don't know that I want to
Well, that's all I'm
decide on a
asking.
hypothetical right now before having an
No,
application.
that's all I'm asking, so it wouldn't be restricted to nonprofits? Is that what you're saying?
Not as it's written, but I can ask council if that's possible.
No, I'm not stating a preference, I'm just trying to understand what you're proposing.
So the way that it's written is not.
No, I know, but
But yeah, my idea was
Okay.
somebody like White Log Farm or the Griffin Museum, so.
I'd be curious to know if any other towns have that type of situation. And again, I'd be more inclined to be supportive if it was, because whether it's non-profit or not-for-profit, I don't know what and I'd be curious to know if any other
I'll ask-
towns,
yeah.
have similar language.
One of the impacts, well, I guess the question is, revenue impact? Instead of getting 30 or 60 one-day permits?
They're charging $2,500 for the license.
For the license, so we would, okay, so.
Versus 30 times 75, so, yeah,
Yeah, so there'd be
it's about the same.
be a wash, okay.
There's a lot less paperwork.
The one benefit would be to reduce the paper load on the
That's
manager's
been one of
office.
the ideas.
Okay.
Any, again, I'm just thinking out loud.
Any comments on the first part, the restaurant licenses that we have available that have a minimum of 70 and 100, reducing that to, is it 20?
Yeah.
Is it 10? Is it 30?
10 seems small.
Yeah, it seems like it would be hard for somebody with only
Maybe
10
talk to
seats.
someone, the chamber,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
just get a little input. Maybe on a couple, maybe, I think the chamber.
And again, we are still the licensing authority, so we would be able to, put restrictions on, percentage of revenue that would have to come from food or things like that. if we
Yeah,
wanted to.
I wonder what other towns do.
So mostly lately, so as part of downtown revitalization, most towns and cities have started removing the minimum
Or lowering
seats
it.
or going lower, yeah. And this would require that, because these licenses were issued by home rule, by the legislature, this would require to go to the legislature. But our legislators have sponsored it for several communities around us to do this, and it has turned into a lot more vibrancy in town centers, because you have, or city centers, because you have smaller family-owned restaurants coming in with more variety, and then, you have more people
You don't
coming
need
in.
the square footage, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
It's kind of a barrier to entry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and when you create a hub of where people know that they can go to dinner in the town center, then more people go there instead of going out of town. So it actually expands the pie for everybody, for all the restaurants that are in the area. Kind of like the same thing happens with coffee shops where that they
And then
all
it's a good
concentrate.
idea what Dave's saying about Chamber of Commerce, because we want to expand options. On the other hand, we don't want to hurt current businesses either. So, but just allowing it doesn't necessarily mean, like you say, we could always get that feedback on a continuing basis, even if we sort of lower the threshold. It doesn't mean that we have to issue them.
I guess when we did, we had Peg Behringer she's a retail economist some years ago, state gave us, they had her on retainer, she came in and did a study for us, on the retail market in the town center. And one of the questions that we had was, well, if you allow another store in here, do you put somebody else out of business? And she said, you could, but she said if you begin to get businesses that are complementary.
The multiplier effect, like Mariana was saying,
What you
yeah.
call clusters. She said you get enough of them and people come in, you can come to Winchester and Richard knows that he can walk out the door and go to Dunkin' Donuts, to Fuller Cup, to Starbucks, to Bagel, so he's much more likely to go, shop for coffee in Winchester Center, because he knows if one is crowded or closed, he has.
I understand that logic, I just.
Same thing with,
It's
I
not a
think, with the
bad idea.
restaurant, it would have a
Yeah.
multiplier effect. Yeah, okay. So, it sounds like questions would be to ask town council about the nonprofit opportunities and what the impact would be like that. And we'd bring it back on the 6th or the 8th, whatever.
I won't be here on the 6th, so.
So 8:20 maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Okay. We have then two personnel contracts.
Just to remind you, did we do what?
I've got that queued up in the file here.
Oh, the Highland,
The vote on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I'll get those queued up next.
good call, it'd be bad to forget that one.
Yeah, so we want to do the two personnel contracts now. One is to, we've gone over these in executive session, you've had a chance to review the agreements in some detail. So, the question then comes on extending the comptroller's employment agreement as reviewed. Mike, did you want to speak to that and then put a motion? Briefly, I guess.
Sure. I think that, do you need numbers, or do you just need to approve the recommendation?
That was made in executive session.
So I would move that we vote to approve the increase for Comptroller Stacy Ward as submitted and approved by the Select Board in our executive session and discussion of the personnel matter. And this extension would be for 3 years. We would be reviewing on a yearly basis, and we would execute the relevant document after our favorable vote.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion by the board? We'll review the details. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, and the second one is to extend the town manager's contract for another 10 or 15 years. No, can't do that. Okay. We reviewed the details and discussed the provisions of that at our meeting last time. There's a version of it, copy for you for your reference, if anybody has any questions. Otherwise, I would take a...
And just for clarification, it's the current town manager.
Our town manager. And
So I move that we approve the extension of the town manager's agreement as detailed on our discussion during the executive session.
We have a second. Any further discussion, questions? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes, ayes have it. Thank you. And then there were two issues that came up out of our executive session discussions, and town council recommended that we bring both to the table and vote on them tonight, both having to do with 22 Highland. And these, and both moving toward the opportunity to put out a request for proposal. So the first action would be to vote to declare the property off Highland Avenue surplus. And there's two pieces there to be declared surplus, and there's some minor changes to be made to the wording by the town council that I think we agreed upon earlier. So the paper is in front of you, and Mr. Golubov, if you'd like to put a motion forward.
I thought we had already voted it, we were just notifying.
I think
Not in the open session. Yeah,
Okay.
you have to declare it surplus. and
declare it
vote.
and
Yeah.
vote, I think, in public, so.
It's referenced on the plan.
Is referenced on the...
That'll be attached to the RFP.
Okay, so I move that we pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 40, subsection 3 and 15A, at a duly noticed meeting that the Winchester Select Board having charge of the real property, the property owned by the Town of Winchester identified on the Town of Winchester Assessor's Map as lots 2-179 and 2-180, finds that a portion of such property shown as Lot A and Lot B on that certain sketch plan on file with the office of the town clerk and attached here to as Exhibit A is no longer required to be held by the town of Winchester for public purposes and is suitable for a release, disposition, conveyance, or sale.
And the only amendment to that is that we agreed that the town council would add an exhibit showing the Board of Assessors property lot lines and numbers.
Okay, so moved.
Seconded. Further questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then the related piece is declared that we can then go ahead and issue a request for proposals. So again, with town council, we reviewed the request for proposals. It was at table earlier today. There are several changes that the
Staff will
town
complete.
staff have recommended the town council will make, which deal with specific wording, not the overall structure. And I guess the town council recommended that we then take a public vote to authorize the issuance of the request for proposals. So,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the issuance of the request for a proposal for the proposed disposition of Lot A and Lot B, a portion of town-owned property off Highland Avenue, as discussed during the executive session.
okay.
Second.
Seconded. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nays. Ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, we discussed earlier about setting up a neighborhood meeting, and I know now that we're at this point in the process, maybe over the next couple of weeks, to try to find a date that works with Mr. Krieger or Mr. Imperios present.
Okay, good. I think
We should try to identify a catchment area for milling or specific,
Sure.
specific neighbors that we,
Yep.
I know Dana Ave, for sure.
So then, before we go back into executive session to deal with the other contract issues, we need to deal with the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve a one-day alcoholic beverage license for Diane Knosy and Boston Express bartending for May's function, July 28, 2018, at the Sanborn House, for Diane Knosy and Boston Express bartending for Hall function, July 31st, 2018, Winchester Boat Club, Yaritza Menjivar for Griffin Museum function, August 1st, 2018, at the Griffin Museum, Gail Freeman Ockerbloom for Studio on the Common function, August 15, 2018, Studio on the Common, Laura Fitzgerald for Winchester Realty function, August 16, 2018, at Winchester Realty, Archie McIntyre for Rytlock Farm Conservancy, August 1st, August 11th, August 15th, and August 18th, 2018, at the 1827 Barn.
Okay. Second, are there any exceptions? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, I move that we approve staging permits for San Associates for Zach Barilla, 161 Mount Vernon Street, and Back Bay sign for Bank of America to 35 Church Street.
Okay, the details were in your packet, if anybody has any changes, otherwise, a second?
Second.
Seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the donation from the Cummings Foundation to the Board of Health in the amount of $20,000, with many thanks to the Cummings Foundation for this generous gift, and also that we approve the disbursement of the grant awarded from the Board of Health to the Winchester Coalition for a Safer Community.
Second?
Seconded, okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's very generous. This is a repeat donation I make, which is really quite helpful.
Amazing.
Okay, and then we have some minutes, but I must confess that I did not do the homework of reviewing and editing them. Mr. Goluboff, on his long plane flight, took advantage of that. I don't believe we've heard from anyone else, so Mrs. Welsh and I have both agreed that we need another 20 minutes to do that, so I'm going to ask that we hold off a review of the minutes until the next session and get them done on that period, so. Okay. If there are no other topics for the public session of the meeting, I would move we go back into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that pursuant to the General Laws, Chapter 30, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, that we move into executive session only to return to public session for the purposes of adjournment.
Okay. Seconded, okay. Take a roll call, David?
Yes.
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 5-0, shall we do that? Okay. Thank you. You've stuck it out with us, but thank you very much, WinCam.